Yep. Okay, I see my mark. I see my mic on the OBS there. Yeah. Are we live? I hear you. Yep. Okay. So if I'm live on YouTube, yeah, we're getting started here. I think we finally have everything sorted out. Sorry about that, guys. Doing our best with the technology back here, but we're getting very much ready to go with Kazuki and Marcus. Hi, everybody. Been chatting with you too. Close the door, I think, so the players can't hear me if we're ready to go. But yeah, welcome back. If you guys haven't seen already, we posted the schedule for yesterday, so you can see who played, all the matches that occurred, and then for the rest of the next 2 days too. So we're playing 11 till, I don't know, 7 or something like that, Marbella time. Whatever the schedule is there, but it's all posted on Facebook. I crafted up a nice spreadsheet. It turns out it was a lot of fun. We kind of randomly drew the first 5 rounds and then realized that it's very complicated from there to do a clear round robin after you've already chosen the first 5 rounds. But I spent hours on a spreadsheet and figured that out, and we've got it now. So everyone gets to play someone else once more. Everyone plays 14 matches. Everyone gets a bye. You might notice towards the end of the schedule too that Marcus and Tony both get an extra bye because there's 15 rounds and 13 people. They'll be playing an extra match in their free time at some point to make up for that. And I think we're going to stream that one too. We've talked about doing that at night, at probably not with the whole commentary setup, maybe more like, ooh, another great handshake to start the match. Okay. Awesome. I'm glad everyone hears me. 6-2 to start. I know Marcus here has been talking a lot about how it's been so long for everyone to deal with live play. It feels very new. This split is interesting. I think you're supposed to just cover the 11. It's a piece of structure, but I get it. You're primed, so you don't want to be stuck back on that 24. And look at that, very close on this evaluation. 5-4. What are we doing with this? It's yeah, sure. We can point on him. Yeah, it looks a little awkward kind of with the game plan, but definitely understand the play. It's a little weird to give up 2 points that might be better than the 3 to point on head. But okay, comes out and hits back, double 3s. Can we afford to spend this whole roll hitting on the bar? It's not like a situation where we can't afford not to. I'm not seeing a lot of great other options. So I guess, yeah, we're just going to split and hit. Makes sense. I think the picture quality looks good here. I don't know. Everyone else let me know if it looks kind of funky. 4-3, yeah. So we're asking if we should hit or anchor. Not a lot of ammunition in the zone. Hitting seems fine. I think we're nice and early here. Now Kazuki has a nice 4 checkers back. You sure would love to use like a checker from the 6 point at some point. Okay, nice return shot here. And this is gearing up to be a fun game to start off here. I think it's going to be a long time before Kazuki has to give up on this game. He can hit twice. I can't imagine we can. Now he's looking at it too. I love it. And this is the play. Wow, we don't need the midpoint apparently with 5 checkers back. I would have had trouble finding that play given the disconnection. It's pretty scary, but nice immediate find by Kazuki too. Very sharp. Okay, so now we don't have any new points to make really. Yeah, I mean, remaking the 8 seems pretty strong. This is tough though. It's difficult to not have any outfield or midpoint presence here. What do we got? 2. So we're not even supposed to anchor with this many checkers back. That's pretty interesting. It does seem pretty natural to do against that stack on the 6, but against 6 checkers back, we're not really worried about being blitzed for a long time. So XG just wants us, look at this, and he's looking at this best play. This is very strong. I mean, you want to, I guess another issue is that you really do want to use the 2 to make a piece of structure and finally cover that 11 point. Yeah, I see people asking about the results after the first day. I mentioned earlier that yeah, it's tough to find that one. I can't fault this play really. So sorry, it takes a while to roll everything out. Had a little bit of challenges with that last night, so I don't think it's finished yet. Of course, by the time we need the results to decide who advances, we're going to have it by then. But yeah, not done yet. And sure, we just have a simple hitting play. We have presence in the outfield in now, so Kazuki's happy with that roll. 5-6, keep it simple. We're just trying to come around. Seems very reasonable. 12-6 to clean up a blot. That's an interesting idea. 3 must just hit, right? And then 2, probably we're going to come off our stack on the anchor. Yeah, this looks good. 5-6, nice return shot. All right. Cool. So we're going to start this match like 30 minutes behind and then probably play a 60-minute first game. It looks like, I mean, if you enter on the 3, then you can make the 20, which is the better anchor. So it's probably the play here. Looks kind of natural to come in on the 21 and then find a 3, but I like this play. 6-2, can we make any structure yet? I guess we can make the 12, but then we don't have a grade 6, so that doesn't seem like the play. Man, there's not really, and I don't want to stack things up. This is a difficult one for me. I guess we can, I mean, 14 to, oh, I like this play actually, now that I see it. I think we need to leave the anchor sooner than later for sure in this game. And again, with 6 checkers back, I don't mind being threatened with a blitz, even though our opponent has a good blitzing position. This looks great. Yeah. It's always, when you're against a bunch of checkers back like this, it always looks very tempting to unstack the 6. Yeah. Yeah. This looks like a very natural play to me. I think this is where I probably would have ended up. Okay. And they're very close. After seeing his running play though, I kind of liked it better. I thought that looks really good. Yeah. Kazuki just needs to have outfield presence and keep his checkers moving. So coming out here seems like it makes a lot of sense. 4-1, so we can cover, so we're not going to get the hit. I mean, a 6 checker back doesn't mean anything, but 2 points made is great. Very happy with that roll. 6-3. So yeah, very natural to make an outfield point. The 6-3, I always struggle with those because I know I don't want to do that, but Kazuki seems very, very sharp at finding these like required ugly plays, you know. 4-2, can we afford to start dumping behind like this already? I guess that's what Marcus finds. I'm not sure there is anything else. 5-1. I don't think Kazuki wants to leave any of his points, but it sure is hard to slot the ace and the deuce. Oof. This is very ugly. So which one would we come off, if any? The only option really is the 20. No, I guess we could give up the 16. Yeah, okay. And that's what, I mean, I kind of end up here too, because I don't want to give up any of my structure. But if I had to give up a point, the 16 makes a lot of sense. And then you can unstack that 3 point with the ace still, which looks very nice as well. You know, the double shot isn't so scary. Got 2 anchors and a blot behind. So yeah, I think this does make a lot of sense to me. This could be a long game though. It's hard to see how someone's going to get to a cube or a huge market loss. Kazuki does have the nice double anchor, which makes him feel safe on the defensive side, but his offensive position is pretty bad. So he could lose, you know, Marcus could lose his market that way. and he slots the better point instead. I see the logic in that, of course. Of course, not very worried about being hit either, but when you have extra spares on those, I mean, it's hard for me to play 6-3 to begin with. Then once you've done that, it's really hard not to play off the threes somewhere. Okay, and Marcus is going to take the opportunity to just run off his anchor. He really needs to break contact. Makes a lot of sense too. Fives, I guess it can cover if he wants to. Is that the play? Is it? I mean, the race is too close for two anchors, so it probably does need to be a piece of it. Yeah, this looks very strong. And now suddenly Kazuki seems like he's almost on offense here. Of course, if Marcus can escape, he's looking pretty good in the race. 4-2, this isn't going to do much. Okay, I guess we can cover, but then we don't have a deuce. I sure do hate having to play something like 6-4 again for all the same reasons we talked about before. The only place the checker can go right now is the ace. But yeah, I don't think we can afford to leave a shot. So he finds this, and those numbers are really interesting to me. It's a near coin flip game still. That's really tight. Moonboard confirmed. Oh, this is interesting. So the issue with this is that, I mean, you don't like playing the two. I guess it feels like the checker on the floor is more active to cover the deuce when you do this. But he's just trying to find another four or another play or a safe play or something, I suppose. Yeah, I think you have to make this. Three, one. Okay, he's gonna go straight for the loose hit. Why not? He's got the anchor down in the race. Whole bunch of material in the zone. And okay, it's back. Some bad entries could have been really interesting. I think why not just come out? There's actually less shots here. Fours and twos hit from the bar, where now it's just twos. And of course, Kazuki's happy. And a fan is pretty bad here. I think Marcus's structure is trashy enough that he's not really going to be thinking about the cube yet. But he's getting there. Clear favorite now. Wow, both of them playing super sharp so far. Oh, wow, look at this. I'm way off on the cube action. This is barely a take with four checkers back and he rolls, but I'm sure he was using similar logic then in that, I mean, the gappy structure and the anchor just feels like Kazuki's going to have winning chances for a long time. Like there's a lot of work to do to bring this home. But it is, I think I misevaluated a holding cube like this last night. We were going through quiz positions. Yeah, the 4-1, I think that feels like a natural play. It's just bringing us closer to home. So why not? But yeah, it was like Ryan, Mochi, Kazuki, and I were going through quiz positions with Ali that he had organized. And he's going for flexibility here, but that's not a game plan, I don't think. I think maybe he feels, again, he hasn't cubed because he doesn't know how he's going to make the 5-point and things like that. And so maybe he feels like he needs to organize that somehow. This is why I didn't want to cube, because this feels like we're nowhere near a double again now. And it's going to be difficult to prevent that. But I guess that's the market loss idea. But yeah, I guess, sorry, when there's like four checkers back like that, there's a lot more gammons than it looks sometimes. If he would have just rolled fours before the 5 got made or something like that, then Kazuki's game is really bad. So there is some massive market loss on occasion. Five, four. Yeah, I think that's the one. We don't really, yeah, I guess just leaving the blot there is good. Slot a point too. Doesn't care if it gets hit, wants to pressure that blot and make it do something. So this looks good. Yeah, that sure is interesting how it's hard to feel like you missed a cube when he anchors up and you just don't have anything near it. You know, you feel pretty sharp for not wasting your time with that one. Okay, now, and with 40 pips of timing, I mean, the thing is, you don't need that much against the 5-3. So I would still be thinking about hitting, but the structures, the thing about making the 7 too, is that's another like point you need to clear against the back game. So I kind of like this hit. I think it makes some sense to me. Yeah, unstacking 3 to 2 seems like the thing to do. Let's get all those checkers active. Yeah, understandable why you'd want another cover for the 4. 3-1, can't get it to safety, but yeah, the 1 gets it a little closer. 3 comes in nicely to the 6. This looks very good. Interesting. So how can that be? Still wants to use the 3 to cover the 2 more than the ace to cover the ace. Yeah, the 6 to 5. Okay, and yeah, I think we're going to be creeping up on a cube now, but okay, now Kazuki's got fine timing, so I mean, it's close. It's only 3 points to clear, but it's not like a connected 3 points, so I could see why not. Yeah, this is interesting. You can switch and consolidate it, but the other thing you can do is just completely clear. I guess you don't have enough landings points, but you could have brought the 8 in entirely and only had 2 points to deal with. Interesting. Something to think about. And oftentimes the 3 points to clear is the point to double. Kazuki's timing is a little questionable. I can see how this just plays like a race more or less. I think Mochi's back game lecture he was talking about the higher the points, when you have 3 points to clear, that's generally our rule of thumb for when you should send the cube. And with really deep, well-timed back games, it tends to be a close, like borderline double decision. And with high back games like this 5-3, it tends to be a close take pass decision. So I wouldn't be surprised if this changes some on plus plus as well, by the way. It must be fairly close. But yeah, it should be near the take pass side, and the double should be pretty clear now. The market loss is clear. Yeah, and tough to fault him for that. I think that's just kind of the rule of thumb we all know. All right, he's earned his take. This does not look very good now, or looks scary to clean up. He's got to come off the anchor already. That's not very much fun. These are always tricky to figure out if you want to keep your checker on the 20 for a potential double shot, or if that just gives your opponent ways to play rolls that otherwise would leave a shot, like with pick and pass kind of numbers or pointing on head, things like that. I think maybe one factor here is that we're going to have trouble having the time to stay back there for long. So maybe we just run it. And that's what Kazuki goes with. Still playing phenomenal. Yeah. 6-5 is going to leave a shot. He wishes he stayed on that roll for sure. Could have had a double shot. And he's going to miss it. So the checker's just going to come in, but he's still going to have some good contact from the 22-point hold. Uh, 4-3. Yeah, that's going to safety up. Just going to go to the ace. And now the right sequences, Kazuki is going to be looking for a 2, maybe even to split in front of that 6. Not right now, since there's spares on it and he could be pointed on, but he can still earn a double shot against clearing the 6 possibly. I don't think we need to be too worried about gammon saving pips here. So 6 in seems fine. And then I guess you could play 6-3. I don't really want to be forced off on a 6. So I kind of want to stay outside. Yeah, I was looking at 7-1 first as well. So it came up on the analysis. Okay, and now's the time. If we get a nice 2, we would love to just park on the, okay, we're going to run, new game plan. I guess he could have stayed back with 1 for a shot if he would have stayed outside. So unfortunately, not saving that 6 kind of cost him here. But this should be a pretty straightforward race for Marcus to win now. He's going to start off well with a 2-0 lead. PR race still pretty close, pretty tight here. Both of them playing very well. And all these matches would kind of be interesting to look at on the final plus plus evaluation too. I hate feeling like suspicious about it now. Just like seeing some of the big changes between PRs and things like that. I don't know. I tend to just trust the bot for the most part. Um, but the thing about it, I guess, with PR, like 2-ply, 3-ply, things like that, they tend to choose the right play, and that's the bias in the goal with that kind of analysis. Uh, Not as clearly trying to find the exact equity of each move or of secondary moves, right? If it can eliminate a worse move, then maybe it doesn't matter that much what the equity of the other one is. I'm not sure if that's actually how it technically works, but I think that's maybe a limitation of it. So I think it's kind of common to see the numbers change, but a lot of times the plays stay the same. All right. Kazuki's going to open with a pointing roll. Being down 7-away, 5-away is a slightly more aggressive cube score. Of course, Marcus is happy to run 6-4. Yeah, I guess, what do you want to do with this? Seems fine. It's confusing to me. Play for contact with a better board. Twos. Yeah, I think when you have the stack of 6 checkers, it makes a lot of sense. And look at this. That's a common second roll situation to just go out and hit on the 16 with the double twos. It's like the one exception, but yeah, I would very much be inclined to, I guess it sends another checker back and gets you pretty close to home. So I can see the game plan pretty clearly with that, but man, I would love to develop 2 points and unstack both of my heavy points. I'd probably end up making the unstacking play. 3-1. I think we can, yeah, I think we need to come in on the 3 like that and slot. Feels like the play. It's a little bit stronger of a double split, if you will, with the 24-23. It can be a little scary because you can be double hit when you split this way. Yeah, I'm just making the 5. I don't care about other options. I hope we're not thinking about putting a 7th checker on the mid. I mean, it could be right, but it just seems like too much. We do have to make structure at some point. Plus, opponent has a bot and a board at the moment. Very nice shot for Kazuki. He has the rack. Very strong offensive position. What do we do with this? I mean, Kazuki has 5 blots around, which is kind of a signal to go hit something. So hitting on the bar looks better than usual, but it's hard to pass up just making the rack. But I don't know if we can give him the freedom to play this role. I mean, he needs to do so many different things. I can't. It's hard for me to see how it isn't like strictly better to make the 4. Yeah, and it's not that far, okay, because we have a stack of 6 up there. So if I was gonna make like a constructive play, I'd be doing that. But yeah, I mean, the one that I'm having trouble rolling out is that bar hit, which is big blunder. So well done not considering that one. But I guess part of even though Kazuki has a lot to do, he also can't do it all when he has 5 blots. So that's probably part of why we don't require a tempo hit, even if he does something constructive. And here we go, looking at this play. Even if he does do something constructive with his roll, which Kazuki's almost certain to do, he's probably still going to have 3 blots or more around. So I think that would be the logic for not hitting here. Oh, great. He finds the best play in the end too. Good 4 duplication as well for anchoring or hitting. I guess he's going to clearly choose hitting. Yeah, the 1 cleans up 2 blots. Why not? Makes a good piece of structure. Still has 3 blots around. 5 down brings him. You can think about breaking the 8 to hit, but I don't think you want to break a point to do that. And that distribution is so much better. And you have equal boards. Currently, you both have 2 back. You're doing okay. And he does make the hit. Understandable. and he gets a fan out of it. All right, the 5's going to cover. I guess the 6 just comes out. Why do we want to stay back there? Can pressure that blot too. And if Kazuki finds a fan again, this is looking very strong for Marcus. 13-7 to bring some ammunition in the zone. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, I can see an argument for that. And he does fan, but so now that Marcus has come out, he's half escaped with one checker, shooting with a double shot. And this looks very strong, yeah. And Kazuki can't even take this cube. I think he would find this pass. It's basically 2 back to 1 back, threat of 3. 4-point board with 1 on the roof is just generally too strong. It's the best 4-point board. And he's even got the racing lead. So he's just kind of winning everywhere in this game. Yeah, this format's super cool. It's been exciting to watch level of play all weekend for sure. Really impressive stuff. I didn't realize Kazuki was 26 now. I was okay, under 26 quarterfinals, I guess we got to shoot for. We got a lot of younger players here. How many rolls? I wonder if he thought that it's could be on the too good side. I hope he didn't think that he just doesn't have a cube. I mean, there is some, you can be worried that with a leading score, you're not supposed to ship in kind of gammonish positions, but this isn't that sensitive of a score. He's supposed to keep him out now. I mean, his gammons have dropped. Okay, maybe not as significantly as I thought, but he's got the anchor now, so it's a lot harder to win one. So I'd be more inclined to cash this game than to play it on. Because Kazuki can definitely win from an ace-point game, but he seems to have made his decision that he's going to play this one out, not really even thinking about the cube action anymore. We have a nice opportunity to leave fly shots if we want here because of the Blotten board. Yeah, I think something like this makes a lot of sense. 6-1 is going to hit, though. He's going to go for it. And now we have another interesting cube decision if he wants to think about it. I think he probably still has to pass it. This is fun. I mean, it's good argument for playing on like he did, but I mean, maybe now with a fan too, he can think about taking. I mean, there's different kind of player. Wow, it's not even a double. I'm crazy. Okay. I feel like this is a solid cube and not a fun decision for Kazuki, but maybe he knows well enough that he's just got great winning chances. And he does find the cube and send it. Yeah, I wonder if this will be as confusing to Kazuki as me, where it's just, it feels ugly. We're outboarded. We have, being hit from the roof stinks. 1-5, 2-5, 2-1, 1-1, in addition to entering threes. But I mean, we can just fan too, or we can just miss. If we enter and miss or fan, Kazuki's got decent game. It's going to be a while till he's turned it around, possibly. But I mean, imagine a fan and then just a 3 to pick it up, something to cover. Either way, we're in a fairly even game then. Or not even an even game because Marcus hasn't anchored yet. Yeah, and going through the quiz positions last night, I think Kazuki, I mean, he spent a lot of time learning with Mochi for sure, training partners of sorts. And I think they kind of approach cubes. They must approach it a similar way, but they're both very, like, they take time and methodical about it. I'm not sure what all the different things they're weighing exactly are, but they always study these positions quite a bit before they decide. Maybe it's just taking the time to make sure they see every checker and what's going on. Maybe it's kind of trying to conjure up some sort of reference that's similar, and he does take it good. Okay. It's so interesting there, though, when you see those evaluations where it's like a 400 error to pass or something like this, but then it's still difficult to find the take, Yeah, either blot seems kind of fine here. Great shot from Marcus, of course. He finds the best one. Well done. 1-4. I guess that cleans up. That's not so bad. Clean up a blot, simple game. And unless Kazuki has trouble escaping his third checker on the 24, it should be a fairly safe position from Gammon's. Yeah, Marcus is going to have probably some hard decisions here, though. No blot and board. I'm less inclined to leave blots out there. I'd rather just kind of bring one in, I think. Can't tell if XG liked that better or not. 5-2 looks simple, just 13 to 7 or 6. I guess, yeah, the 8 is fairly certain. Finds that. 6-4. Yep, makes the 2 point. Very nice. Yeah, I think we're going to give up the 8 and start trying to build that board. There's a really interesting point of contact here between white's midpoint and the 16. Okay, rolls the aces and fixes a lot of that. So probably both players fairly happy to release that outfield contact now, but that was a nice thing playing in Kazuki's favor for a little while. Yeah, so he's going to come in and not think about saving sixes because he's happy to spend a 6 coming out. That makes sense to me. Very close with slotting the deuce instead, of course. So 6-3. Whew. I guess this is what you have to do. Yeah, you can't, no directs. So, and first big set of fly shots avoided. I don't think you can leave the blot on the 13. It's kind of nice, but I mean, I think you just get gammoned a little bit too much more often. 5-4. Yeah, I kind of guess maybe right now I guess you can reduce shots in 2 ways, but this seems like it's going to leave the least fly shots down the road. But it's nice to keep that in case opponent comes out with the 6. So maybe something like 11 to 6 and 9 to 5 would be good too. Okay, so he still kept a lot of pressure on this. I mean, Kazuki just has to come out with a 6 and hope for the best. I think that's required. It's not fun. I don't know, your opponent could roll like 6-5 and then you get a shot. So yeah, you really like the problem in this position, kind of talked about that, is that like you have to be reaching for the checkers on the 24 before the roll even hits. That one of those needs to move, and if you can get that moving, you can save your gammon. I guess coming into the 5 or the 2 does, accomplish some gammon saving pips. But I think the real risk of gammons here is just that, again, that third checker getting stuck on the 24. And I think he needs to try to move it. He makes the deuce instead. Okay. This is going to be a significant mistake. 3-1, he might be happy with it there, but he wouldn't have lost so much in being hit necessarily. 4-3. The other risk here is that he can't get that checker out and cracks his board. Well, he can't get it out too. 3-4 is probably just going to come 11 to 4. There we go. Yeah. There we go. And he took his time and waited, and he got the 6 at the moment that he wanted. Feels great about that play. Everything is right in the world. So I think just 2 in has got to be the play. I know you don't want to leave the fly shot, but I mean, you're more likely to leave a shot later. Okay, and here we go. He finds the best play on whatever analysis that was. I would have just left it. I think thinking long term, that is just better distribution, but I guess it left an inner gap on the 5 and things like that. So maybe it had enough problems that it's not worth it. However, I think 5-1 probably would have played better. That's what I'm thinking about too much. All right. Yeah, we can just close our board. This is a great shot. Kazuki's kind of out of time for this game, though. Even though Marcus has come in about as awkward as you can against an ace point hold, It's just hard to see how he's going to be able to hang on to his structure for the shot. I'm not sure why you would prefer to put a six checker on the deuce. I think the 4-3 is fine. I mean, you don't want the, what does Mochi call it? The bus position, the double decker bus. So I think there's probably a lot of double shots here. I don't know about a lot, but once you clear the six, then 6-4 and 5-4 are going to be problems still. So, and of course the immediate 6-5. So it's afraid of that for sure. Yeah, maybe he's happy with the six here, Kazuki, even though there's aces, deuces, 2-1 to fix it. And you don't get your double shot on the 6-5 anymore. But an ace to win pretty much here. 5-2 is going to miss. And Marcus isn't always going to cover here. So he gets the six. He's going to cover the ace and I think leave the blot on the backside here. So he doesn't have to keep repeating this issue. Yeah. And 5 to win. Suki misses. Big numbers will leave the shot again. 5-1, however, is nice and safe. And Marcus should be rolling home to at least a simple win, the occasional gammon. Look at this. He finds the play for gammons. Yeah, we're up to over 30%. This is going to kill a lot of them. Still 19. Okay. Oh, sixes. Gammon's back on. And winning a gammon here could make for a pretty fast match after we talked about the slow first game. Yeah, I'm not sure what the best crossovers are here. These are always trick me somehow. I mean, this looks natural to me. Ouch. I guess we 12 and 10 must get the most sets. You get like fours. Fours, fives, and sixes for sure. And there's probably no way to get threes without a crossover. Yeah. 14 to 13, 11, 9. Okay, they're equivalent. Either way, you get fours, fives, and sixes. That makes sense. Those are fun puzzles. All right, 2-1 ain't gonna do it. And straight to Crawford. Tough result to play 2 games and end up there. PR race is pretty tight. And I'm not sure what's going on here. Maybe a quick looks like we're taking a quick break of some sort. We'll get the scoop and let y'all know. Every 5 minutes, we're going to take a break here today. That's the plan. Be right back. All right, just a quick break and we're getting going again with that 6-0 Crawford lead for Marcus. I'll start with a quick 4-2 point. Gammons don't matter at the out away score. So it's basically just DMP. And an interesting 3-2. We don't like coming down as much as usual, but I think it's, yeah, fine. The split is so nice, 24-21. Oh, and he's going to go for the hit right away and continue. Interesting. Okay. Seems reasonable. I'm always inclined to try the 13-10 along with the hit when we hit on a high point. Double fives. Okay. Yeah. Is there just running and playing the race because we're playing DMP? Okay. That makes a lot of sense. It's always hard to recognize the situations where the blitz isn't as strong as usual. Of course, 8-3, you almost would rather have the 8 point than the 3. 6-1, as soon as he makes the deuce, you regret it. So yeah, let's just play a simple game. Try to win a race. Yeah, this is like a temptation because it looks like you're kind of more together, but I mean, the 8's already a good priming point. So there's no need to advance those really. 4-6 is going to hit in the outfield, I think, even with the fly shot. Why not? Or sorry, with the return on the ace. Yeah, match 2 looks nice. I mean, really all the matches do. I think we spent like 15-30 minutes shuffling around who we should stream every round and things like that last night, and it's just impossible decisions all around. Oh, and he hasn't settled on actually hitting with this yet because of that blot. Okay. Oh yeah, and you can make the 7. So this is very tempting, and cover the ace. Look how close those all run. That's really cool. Yeah, it's fun in backgammon when just a very natural play turns out to have a whole bunch of competing options. But of course, yeah, just goes for the hit. Keep it simple. Now Marcus hit double hits back. That's a great roll for him. Even though gammons don't matter, that's going to win a ton. Double twos is a great shot to consolidate, and we get to point on head too, make the nice blocking 11 point. If someone flags, they lose, and whatever equity in the match they gave up counts as a resign error. So whatever equity they had, they made that much of an error in one move, if that makes sense. So I mean, it tends to be awful for your PR and significantly better to just make a play. I haven't seen anyone flag in a UBC tournament yet. That would be a true disaster, though. And really, the clock settings in these tournaments are such that you should never need to. I think it's happened to maybe Mochi's flagged in a match or something like that. I can't remember if he was talking about that, but yeah. What really needs to happen is you just need to play speed gammon if you get to that point and accept your fate. But I mean, in this structure, it's harder. You care so much about the PR that you're worried about playing too fast and overlooking something, and it could cost either way. So that was an interesting 6. I guess you just come down kind of for lack of better options, and we're in a pretty complicated looking game now. Okay, the 3 wants to hit on the ace. Why not? You're not really that inclined to point on it behind. Yeah, I mean, it's just your opponent has so much better of a board that why do you want to do this? Yeah. So we can just consolidate some blots and make some structure. Does look like a much stronger play. Good find. 5s. Having the 8's pretty nice against that deuce point. So I'm inclined to find a play that includes those 3, but yeah, then you have to play to the 3 afterward. Okay, we just run around. It's getting us closer to a race. You can see some merit in that. 5 points, great to have. This is as close of his game as could be. Yeah, this is not making the bars nice. What's your 4? You don't have one. So I guess 6 out, clean up the 4. Man, it's just so hard to put checkers behind that anchor though in a game like this. I don't know. I don't have a plan B though. So I think I'm coming out and lifting the blot and hoping to get away with it. Here we go. Making the 7 is a reasonable option there too, but it's really that 10 to 6 that you have to follow it up with is just not very good. Could it be in favor to lose on time? Almost certainly not, because it's still 1 away, 7 away Crawford. You have 9% winning chances, and I guess if you're crushed in the game, it might not resign you that much, but 9% winning chances is a massive amount of equity. So as far as I know, I don't think there's any way to really game that. I hope someone's thinking about it, but yep. And now what would your other twos be? I think making that point seems great, but wise to kind of overlook or look over it a little bit. Well, I think the priority is to be at the edge, except that we don't have a spare ace to play. So yeah, we just have to shift the point instead. This must just lift the blot on the 8. The switch, I don't know. Your game is kind of, yeah. I think you like your prime a little bit better and you need to keep it. And that's once you make the 2 point, that's kind of forever. 5-3 can clear that outfield point. I think that's probably the best we can do with this roll. Really, that's the goal. I mean, you like to have a landing place to bring that midpoint home, but it's an awkward point there. Oh, someone threw the dice on the floor for the switch out. And let's see, what do I want to relieve now? It's tough to have time to keep the 2-5, but it kind of feels like the mid's the thing to go. I don't know. Yeah, I think we got to keep our anchors and leave that later. I don't think Kazuki's that close to breaking the mid. Guess you could leave a blot on the mid, so you could just play 13-4. That's a pretty reasonable option. You don't mind being hit with the ace for timing. Actually, that's got to be the best. More I think about it, because you want that presence in the outfield if Kazuki jumps out with the 6, or sorry, if Marcus jumps out with a 6. It's very important to be there to try to take that checker back. 20-11 though is the play. Okay, I can see some logic in that too. It's rare that you want to give up one of your anchors this early, but I guess it can be. It's also rare that you want to give up the midpoint in a back game. You just need that timing and presence. Yeah, the ace is going to be an easy hit, and then yeah, 7-5 gives you more covers. It seems very reasonable. This seems like it pays off to some really good numbers a little too often, but I mean, they both have their place and very close, of course, too. Yeah, I think we had to reset up the camera, and so it's a little less focused, perfectly than it was yesterday, but got it the best we can get it today. Are there formulas and bear-offs? Yeah, they're relatively simple. There's a lot of different things that people use to calculate wastage in the position and what your take point would be. Maybe the simplest thing I've heard of is like 9, 10, 12 rule or something like that. If you have 9% less pips or your opponent is down by 9%, then it's like an initial double, 10 is a redouble, and 12 is a pass. It's not the one that I happen to use, but yeah, there's a lot of different small calculations that to give you an idea of how far down in the race you are. Oh, cool. The picture got better for someone. I'm not sure if we changed anything, but that's great. Oh, double threes. What a roll that is. Marcus is back from the dead in this game. All right. I mean, we just have to make the bar point. That seems very strong. And then the 5. I don't know. It feels well placed enough on the 11, but maybe he's like worried about the outfield presence. If it's really only for Marcus like a 6-5, that would be a disaster after that play. But even that, no, you're going to get a double shot. Yeah, it looks great. But look at this, 23-18 is the play for some reason. I guess he's very under the gun and under attack for 4-2-1 combos. Maybe that's kind of a plan when he rolls low numbers and then his big numbers can run. I was worried that leaving the 16 all the way to 11 would give landing spots kind of past that blot. The fly shots are bad too, but wow, I don't think I would find this play. It just seems like I'm not sure why I want to leave the double shot from the 10 points and potentially end up on the roof. I guess we're going to get a lot of returns against it too if should black hit with that. We have such a strong board, so we can. But I mean, there's also this concept of maintaining a little deeper contact in a game like this where you're down in the race and need to catch up somehow. That's tricky to me. But he knows it's tricky and he's looking over it. See if he finds the best play there. Yeah, I see people talking about the trice rule 62. That's actually what I tend to use. Before that, I learned eyesight. Now it's getting a little bit of a combo there. I still use the eyesight wastage things in general, but find trice's rule. I don't know. Someone told me it's more accurate, so fine. I trust them. Ooh, interesting. This is not the best roll. Yeah, you're just going to have to clear the 10 and you're a bit out of timing now. And Kazuki just has full control of the outfield, which is a real problem. It's going to be very hard to leave that 22-point anchor safely. And yeah, what's the best we can do for coverage here? So a 6-4 gets to the 13 now. So I guess we could just bring a checker around as an attacker from the 16 all the way to the 6. Yeah, okay, that's what play it likes. Advancing to the 10 makes some sense too, but I think that's a very nice containing point to have back there. We're blocking double sixes. I don't think that's the biggest concern. It's just that it's always going to be in range of hitting when Marcus comes out. So you kind of like where that point is already. Aces is a great shot. Now Marcus has a very threatening board for whenever contact occurs. The Thorpe count is the best, someone says. I've heard that it's like a Kleinman count that's really complicated that gives the most accurate results, but might be worth more or not worth the effort depending on how much math you like to do over the board. That is a risk of doing any of these things, is that you just miscalculate and are wildly off. Oh, if you miscount the pips and then try to do the formula, that's going to be a problem too. So and I saw Kazuki scrambling a little bit and he's under 3 minutes on the clock. So I think he's feeling that time pressure a little bit. And here we go. He's finding that clearing play is the best. This keeps the checkers back for whenever Marcus leaves his anchor to contain, and they're well placed to attack if he has to leave a blot back on the 22 as well. So it looks very nice. Yeah, the 3 to keep them separated is nice, even though a 7-4 kind of looks nice here. I think keeping those checkers split is pretty big. And now Marcus has a real decision about whether he wants to come out and try to get away with leaving 7s and 8s, then direct 4s, 2s, and 1s in the board, or break his board and just kind of lose contact. And I can't, wow, that's so close. I think in here you should feel inclined in general to not want to break your board and try to, win that way, if that makes sense. But it's very risky here. He still has a perfectly closed board though. So if he gets hit loose on the 22, for example, and hits back, then it's basically game over and black wins. So I would have thought actually that coming out was a little stronger here, but they're very close. Okay. Why do we want to just make the 13 here? This is not intuitive to me. I guess we need to keep all the checkers in front. We don't want to get hit with fly shots too often. But maybe something like 16, 14 and 13 or 15, 12 kind of looks very natural to me. And keeping them split instead. That's like a pretty sizable mistake here. I don't see it on the list yet anyway. 7-2, you really want to keep him in front because he's most likely to roll a single 6 or 5 and have to leave. And you want those 3 attackers out kind of behind it. I guess you can break your bar point, but I really like keeping that spare where it is. Now we've got a strong opinion about the Kleinman count. Yeah, and it looks like he might find the best play here somehow. Guess 6-4 protects or something. Huh. Yeah, I'm really not sure why you want to make the point instead of that's very interesting to me. Oh, it blocks double fives. That is kind of a nice feature. And it kind of makes 6-4 a lot more awkward too. So maybe it just has some interesting tactical features that make it a good point right here. Oh yeah, someone else in the chat picks that up too. 4-1 looked like a fairly simple play. 5-4 is going to be mostly forced. This duplicates aces nicely. And now find out if he can get away with it. He does not. 3-1 is a killer. And okay, we're going to get to play some post-Crawford games. Pending some miracle. Not sure. Says like almost 2% winning chances for Marcus. I can't imagine it. You might need a hug if it happens. Yeah, this saves double sixes. I guess that's probably the right idea with this Baron. And I kind of like, yeah, 7-5 and 12-11. Again, saves double sixes. Maybe fives works. I'm not sure though. 6 there. Yeah, and we like the nice 5-3 split to avoid ugly doubles on this Baron like this. 6-3. Yeah, so now we have a question about maximum safety or just taking checkers off, which is, it's not the gammons that we're trying to win. It's just that we might just win more games given that our opponent has trash structure to follow up on a hit with anyway. But safe probably makes sense when you're just trying to win in general. Oh, enters both. Okay. So contacts all over. Look at these PRs too. Kazuki's playing pretty out of his mind. Not that a 3 is anything to scoff at either. Marcus is playing great. I think these are the match PRs too. I can't see that part of the screen right now. Yeah, either of those seems fine. And now, I mean, they're still playing it out because the gammon does matter some. Should Kazuki win a gammon, then Marcus doesn't have a free drop. It's worth something. It's like a couple percent or something very small. Gets a roll at one set at it. All right. So we'll start the post Crawford play with one free drop. Possible. Cool, exciting match. I'm glad it wasn't just like a simple 3 games. That would have been pretty quick. Get a little more play out of it. Should be interesting to see a play now that Kazuki's down to a minute on the clock too. Minute to rush. Yeah, when you win the opening roll, you generally can take. So he's going to take that free drop. Ooh, Kazuki rolls a blitzing double threes. Winning gammons is worth quite a bit now. It's exciting. 4-2. Yeah, I think you want to come in deeper because you don't want to be attacked on that 21 point. I don't think it was too big, but yeah, that's the idea there. Now Kazuki is going to use his last deuce to bring a checker into the zone to continue this attack. 2-5, yeah, sure, just down. I don't think, I mean, you don't want to come out and be hit and be on the bar here. Just start advancing checkers. The 11-6 cleaning up the blot makes a lot of sense too. Okay, I mean, even though it's a stack of 6, I mean, you're making a stack of 5 and stripping the mid the other way. Now there's nothing, no liability back there for the blitz. Yeah, he's finding his outfield points quickly. 2-1, yes, okay. Advancing to the 23, I think doesn't necessarily like win more games, but it's going to save some gammons for sure, which is very nice at this score. Something kind of crazy has to happen still to lose a gammon. Interesting with that last play. I couldn't see what the roll was, but if it was double twos, it seemed like you would have wanted to make a point. Okay, making the bar makes a lot of sense. And he's gonna bring a checker down to play some offense instead of trying to escape. Small mistake. 5-2. Now Marcus really needs some sort of follow-up roll to make a point. I think this time he's gonna maybe know he needs to step up. I mean, even though there's giant stacks there, you don't really want to get rained down on that. Yeah, it's just a fine opportunity to kind of bring the mid down and bring pressure. Interesting. I think they all must be close. Oh, great roll for Marcus. Now he's got some real offense. Could function a little bit of a, yeah, I think you just got to come up and try to escape here. There we go. Even though you can be attacked, like, I mean, you're just kind of choosing to be primed back here. And your opponent might not succeed with the attack. You've got the better board for now. I think you got to try to escape, but it sure does suck to have less than a minute on the clock and have to figure this one out. Oh, is it going to be one of those matches where I'm stressed out trying to keep up and watch his and he safeties a blot instead? Understandable. It's the thing about this though is that, like, you've given up. I was explaining this to Tony a little bit. 2-6 is a great shot. Needs to dodge a 2 here now to have this pretty well locked up. But Marcus keeps it alive. The thing about that 10-6 too is that it actually, I mean, it's a little bit of timing pips you need to not crunch your prime while you're kind of primed and stuck back there too. So if your opponent does make that point, like in some games, it can be kind of better to be on the roof. And I like this slot. If we get hit, maybe we have some chance at preserving some timing by recirculating the checker. Astro Rex says all drops are free. I don't know what that means. Something, I'm sure. What is this? How did we get here? I saw him dropping dice and then I didn't even see it. Was it like double sixes just forced something here? Must be. And now Marcus has completely escaped. Oh, how did I miss whatever the sequence was where all of a sudden he's just won the game? That's wild. Okay. Must have got away with running with the 6 somehow. But yeah, this is pretty much lights out now. And it looks like Kazuki is going to hang on to the PR battle, and both players are going to take 1 point away from this match. It's generally what we've seen. It can kind of be a common case in backgammon too. Sometimes when you're winning and getting lucky, people find those decisions a little more difficult than when you're just crushed and on the bar, and then trying to run your checkers home afterward. It can be tough to win the match and also outplay in quotes, of course. Yeah, I don't even know. I mean, I guess Kazuki can root to stay on the bar for like 2 or 3 more rolls. As soon as he enters, it's a bummer though. A good match. There was well played, some very interesting decisions in there too. Always happy to see both players playing relatively clean. Very cool stuff. Yeah, I got to check the schedule to see what's up next too. But we probably will start. We're about 30 minutes behind still at 1 o'clock. So I think we're going to try to get the next match started as quickly as we can. So don't go far. What do we got coming up next? I think we settled on Marc Olsen and Dirk Schiemann on the next one, which should be 2 player names y'all recognize there. But yes, okay, Kazuki can resign the match now. very well played. And of course, all these PRs are subject to plus plus. They could change some, but this one at least looks like a likely PR win for Kazuki. As soon as we can get that all processed, we'll have updates on results too. Again, that takes time. It's always going to be behind by quite a bit, but that's how we're going to decide who goes on to, 2 more round robin days, today and tomorrow. And then the day after that is when we'll move on to a quarterfinals based on the results, all that. Thanks for joining us. And like I said, we're going to be back as quick as we can with Marc Olsen and Dirk Schiemann in the next one, which should be a really exciting match. Marc's been playing really sharp in his first day. He's really happy with his results so far, and Dirk is just always down there. Had some tough decisions playing, like I think mid 2, and is just saying, anything under a 3 he's happy with. But I mean, he plays crazy sometimes. All right, I'll be right back, guys. Hey everybody, maybe there can be sound. Not sure if I'm live yet. Looks like you might have a picture of the board here. I know our producer is working on getting graphics for the match here, so we should be up shortly. This should be an exciting match here too. Um, I guess before I get into it too deep, you guys can hear me already? Let's talk about it. Like I said, rumor has it that these two, I think, average PR across the first 5 matches from day one. I think from what they've seen, is looking like, I think Dirk's probably in the 2.5, 2.6 range, which of course he's going to be very happy with. He's just happy to play under a 3 in general. And I think Marc is also, Dirk's probably leading with that. And I think Marc might be in second overall PR right now. Also under 3, playing very well. As you guys might have seen online, I think after the first 2 or 3 matches, he was holding under 1 or something crazy like that. That's a pretty nice run to have. But so he's won a lot of PR points as well. Not sure how Dirk is doing in strict points situation. I think we saw a couple of close runs with him on the stream. But I think Marc's won a lot of the PR battles and match points, and has a sense that he might be ahead in the points race too. I guess forget who was saying that, but I guess everyone needs to root for the person with the best PR to also have the best points, so that their second place PR might get them in as a wild card. Tricky situation for everyone. Of course, there's nothing you can really do to play to that or anything. So it doesn't matter too much whether we have the results now or end of day tomorrow for play of the tournament, But it's nice to have those just to see the nice sweats, right? See if they can hold their PR and keep on to that top rank or not. I'm not sure if Dirk is that tall. I feel like I'm taller than him. I didn't notice though. But sometimes I just don't notice. Actually, I mean, Marc is probably a short man, so shorter, fast soccer player type. Okay, and here we go. Open the split. The 3-5 is going to hit. It's interesting that Marc chooses the split instead of the down. It's like a technical accuracy thing. But that was funny. In the quizzes in the seminar before, he got like a second roll position wrong. Tricked himself into it based on what we learned in the lecture. So I guess it's entirely possible that he's just not the kind of guy that's really studied second roll theory the same way as a lot of newer players have. 3s steps up instead of down, small inaccuracy. And probably the problem is that you're going to get whapped there a lot. Look at this, both of them entering with sets. 3 is going to make the anchor, which I think we're going to be inclined to keep, of course, and it's not too scary to place a blot in front of the anchor. Guess Marc will hit it, but I'll have to give up his anchor to do it. And okay, this looks kind of tricky. Yeah, I mean, you'd really like to make the bar with it, but the fact that links up looks very nice, and then you don't want to leave a checker under the gun, so this play makes a lot of sense. 6-4. We really don't want to be trying to clear, like convert to an attack, so it's not fun. And look at that. It's so thematically incorrect that just 2 down and try to prime makes more sense here. I like that play. It's a tough one to find. 3-1 makes the 5 point. Marc's position is developing very nicely. Okay, this is a great roll too. Make a blocking point here. It's very tough to prime now that you've made the deuce point, but it's still a good roll. And just escaping is going to be pretty great for Marc. Why not come out with the 5-2? You kind of need timing in a sense to escape your back checker. So taking your last spare off the midpoint feels like it could leave you a little inflexible to deal with this position later on. Plus, when it works very well. You're approaching a cube. With the race close and the anchor made, Dirk can probably take for quite a while here. There are exceptions where if you make a 5 or 6 prime in front of that anchor, that you have to pass it even in a close race. But for now, it's looking like a relatively safe position. I guess his front's position is so bad. Okay, he plays the 5 down. Not sure. It'll be interesting to see what the analysis says about that one. And this is not a good double sixes. This is going to crunch his position. And now it's just so ugly that, and he's going to have so much trouble escaping that I think, yeah, XG's telling us that it's a pass already even. And I think Marc will probably find this cube and Dirk will find a pass, but this is just so unrecoverable kind of thing, right? Even though he just gained a bunch of racing pips, how do you find a way to get past that blockade of 12 checkers without getting, attacked and gammoned other than rolling a set of fours? And Marc might just make a 6' and not allow that either. So it's a pretty dead game. I think, of course, you want to find your best option with sixes, but these are funny scenarios where this happens, where you spend a lot of time thinking about what your best choice is, only to find out that it's just going to pass no matter what. Oh yes, Dirk is tall because he's sitting on 2 chairs. I forgot about that part. Dirk is a very nice man, a very tall man. Okay. Lots of information about Dirk in the chat. Colors are garish, huh? That's quite the adjective. Yeah, I think this feels like the kind of spot that Dirk would be pretty studied in and understand that he can drop. Oh, very smart man too. Kind of like these colors. I like that orange and brown contrast. It's a very fall board with the wood. All right, fives is going to blitz in the opening here. And on our fortunate fans, we have a small cube. But 4-2 is going to, oh, this is interesting. You can hit and take a checker out of the zone, or you can just anchor. I think that's best. Thing is, it really, you think anchoring is the best way to stop a blitz, but also leaving your opponent with only 7 checkers in the zone is a very good way too. There's not any attacking follow-up after you come in and hit. They're very close though. Wow, look how both great game plans. They both can work. Hey, orange is my favorite color too. Now we're going to look at this other option. Of course, I mean, this anchor feels like it's in there till the end. Like, how can you ever lose this game once you do this? Right, it's going to be a long time before you're kicked out of it. Definitely merit to both plays. I don't, these are over the board. It's so hard technically to try to figure out which one is better in such competing game plans. Yeah, this looks like a double split kind of position. I think you want to, that 24-23 covers nicely and interesting. You can actually spend your last spare to hit on the 2, even with just 7 in the zone, to prevent your opponent from developing. That makes some sense. Ooh, where are we hitting with this? I mean, for sure we're making the ace, and then we could just make the 3 or hit loose. Hit loose looks very nice. Okay, and it likes 13-8 with it. Yeah, this looks strong to me, a little more pure. And now got 5 splits versus 5 splits pretty much. Okay, Dirk performs, great shot. Now Marc has almost nothing again. The 2 is very great, needing an anchor of some sort. I don't think you want to use your last spare to hit when you're outboarded. I just don't see the gain really. So probably I just find a nothing ace and play 17-16. But it's not very clear. It's just, I guess, on the 4 fans hitting works pretty nice. And it takes away a tempo, but it just, I don't know. Yeah, looks hard to follow up on. Looks like all the other entering numbers just anchor. So what do we find here? We've got a 6-4 after the no hit. So we don't get to anchor like we wanted. So maybe out and, okay, enter. Four, and then 6 is going to hit on the deuce. That makes a lot of sense. So you have that little stack there. Okay, fans on a 6. Straight into rolling. Yeah, I don't think there's anything to think about here, but we've got a bunch of blots sprayed around, and sure enough, it is a cube already. Surprised you wouldn't have given that like a little bit of time, but it's very close, so maybe you just decided already. And of course, not much of an error, if one at all, to just take a roll there. All right, 2-4 is a great shot again. Man, this is like the first game in the other match where it's just this crazy blot hitting contest and feels like it's going to go on forever. Yeah, okay. 2 comes in deep and then we hit. So now we've got 4 checkers back for Dirk. 3, and then, yeah, we don't need a anchor with that many back. So just going to be in an outfield blot hitting contest forever here. Okay, this could hit, but we'd have to give up our midpoint. We'd have 4 blots and we have to give up just making the 20 point, which is really strong. So I'd be inclined to just make that positional play. Wow, I didn't even consider just cleaning up 16 to 13 to be an option. But I guess yeah, I don't know why you would do that. Gives your opponent too much to do or something. So 13 to 9 looks like a big piece of it. And then you'd like to make that point. You'd like to make an anchor. I think just a little bit of offense here against 5 back makes sense. 4, this is gonna, yeah, make the 4. And then feels like, I mean, I think you just hit the 2, but he's got to hesitate and think about it. Cause again, he has 5 checkers back, and trying to blitz with that many checkers back and only 8 in the zone is just the wrong game plan. The thing about it is that he's kind of already committed to it with the ace made. Tactically, it's got some things working for it here. Having 2 on the bar is very nice. So I think there's just not really any better 4. There's another issue with it. So prevent your opponent from anchoring on the deuce, at least when they do roll one. So I think he'll make this play. And 4-2, okay. We get hit back, but no anchor, so maybe we're happy, I'm not sure. The 6 now we're on the threshold, or maybe we just need to get a checker moving. Yeah. There's not really any follow-up after the hit on the 2. Aces, it's a valuable fan. I heard a door slam or something. I guess both the players did too. 3-4. Okay, we have to give up our midpoint and create 4 blots. That's not fun. This looks strong though. We got them all involved in the attack now. Double 5s. What a shot. I think this is going to hit 2, right? You have to give up your anchor to do it, but I mean, come on, it's just too strong. And this feels like a huge lead in the game for Dirk now. 7 checkers back and 2 more blots. This, we got a lot of options there too. You could hit 2 from the back. 5-6. So I mean, he's got like the 2-5 back game. Might not feel like much of a cube, but I mean, you might never. Dirk might have time to get all his checkers around, just hitting blots in the outfield and building a board. When that does happen, Marc has such an impure structure that it's hard to turn around after the hit in the back game. So yeah, this is not too surprising a result for me. I think this is pretty ugly, and it's difficult to play on here. I imagine that Marc finds the pass if the cube comes his way. So Dirk is thinking about what the market gainer is going to be. That's usually how you assess whether you want to play on too good or not. And if you look over this position and can't see a reason for him to take next roll, it can be a great excuse. But I think the other argument here is to send it, and that is going to create a tough decision for Marc, because our rules of thumb are that like this 2-5 back game, he's got timing for it, and he probably feels like he can take it and play it out. Like there's going to be wins here. It's not always super easy to see why it's such trash in a spot like this, but he just passes. Okay. I'm here. Sorry, I haven't been introducing myself. I'm Nick Blazier on the commentary here. Oh, interesting. The colors look ugly. Yeah, they look, it almost looks like a nice like wooden leather board to me here in person. Drop like a boss. I like it. Well, that's so interesting. That splitter or down decision. So 2-6. Yeah, sure. You're going to hit back. Maybe we'll just be in a immediate crazy blot hitting contest. Maybe not. Dirk anchors up. Safety's his side of the game. I guess we can bring, oh, what do we do here? 13 to 9 feels good. I guess pointing on the deuce is good too. We can unstack. Wilson's joining me in the boost here. I hope they can't hear me out there if it's open. But yeah, so after this, after we make the deuce, I think we just come around 18 to 10. I'm not sure about making the 9 with it. Okay. Actually, XG prefers this. This is very strong. 8 to 4 with it too. Sometimes you make points behind when your opponent has that third blot. 5-6 is a great shot from the bar. Ace-6 makes an anchor, and okay, we finally arrived in a somewhat regular game here. We're in a mutual holding game. I think Dirk's just gonna have to do something pure like this, hoping to attack behind that anchor. So the 5-1, the race was close enough that I think, yeah, we just want to jump out to the bar point anchor. I think that's the plan here. Except we don't have an ace, so I didn't notice that. But it's close enough that I think it still works. Okay, so he also can do this. He can afford to play kind of pure here and slot a point in front of an anchor and not be too scared of Dirk having to hit and leave. I'm not sure he will with twos, honestly. He's currently outboarded and there's a lot of ammunition in the zone, so it's not desirable to leave it. Common holding game theme, especially when they're close like this. And yeah, this is the best play. I might have weaned out and played something like 2 to 1, which is strong as well, but great find, great, like technically accurate find too. Covering the 3 to get in a way of clearing the 18 makes a lot of sense here too. It's harder for him to get around on a 3-6, for example. Okay, he's going to keep the checkers in front. I'm less excited about it on that roll, but I think it makes sense too. Solid play. 2-6 is going to cover. And 6s. 6s is awkward now. I think we at least, yeah, well, I guess we just have to make the ace with it too, right? Now we have like serious outboardage. We can't clean it all up. Well, look at this. It's a little bit better to slot the higher point. Okay. I guess there's less shots out of 2, 4-1, 3-2. I would have found this play too. I mean, they're very close. It's nice to have the better board for when you do get hit here. I think Dirk does still have to hit here, especially down so much in the race. And the points open are the high ones. So some incentive there too. Someone was asking if the 2 good pass made Dirk's PR jump up. Not above 4, no, but it was an error for sure, but a manageable one. Okay, and in this sequence, he gets attacked on the 5 after leaving, and then 1 fan is going to put him in very dangerous territory. But Marc has 4 checkers to bring around, only 11 in the zone, and some high points open. That's going to look like this position has some play and some wins as it does. The problem, of course, is going to be those 41% gammons. You can see pretty easily in this that when it works for Marc, that it's going to be a gammon most of the time, right? We don't see a whole lot of anchors and saves and things like that. So these can be really tricky to evaluate as well. I don't think there's a major score adjustment to make here, but Dirk's going to think about it, of course. But man, this is one of those too, where you actually, if you can see these numbers over the board, it's still a little bit of calculation and uncertainty about whether or not that makes it a take or a pass. So like numerically, it's close. That's why it's a 0.07. And really, you're just going off of instinct. Oh, we can share prices on the boards for sure, I think. Someone should be able to tell that. I'm not sure off the top of my head. Yeah, that is, you're actually seeing the same board as last match here. They just swapped out the services and the checkers between matches. Now we have this orange and brown, as opposed to that moon board kind of theme from last time. Kind of curious. This is one of those cubes that could change a little on plus plus. And it's just, it's challenging. It's really hard to know what to do when your opponent makes, a 4-point board with those 3 most in pure points and doesn't have the ammunition in to finish a blitz, right? Like if he doesn't cover, there's a huge threat there. Even if he does and just Dirk can enter on the 4, well, now Marc still has 4 checkers to bring around, and there's just so much play in this game that how do you figure it out for sure? I wonder what he'll do. I've seen his tendency, maybe more in holding games. Yeah, is it has been to pass when he's not certain. And, I mean, different positions, it makes more sense. This one, I'm not sure what his instinct is, but I think he tends to be on the front side of the window, if that makes sense. Maybe he doubles earlier and he likes to pass earlier too. 6-4 to start. So trailing, sure. Go ahead and make the 2-point, try to win a gammon. Double twos. I think you're supposed to still just make yeah, it's like dead even. A lot of times if your opponent makes the 4 or the 5, then you like to step up the anchor. But here you don't really need to. You're still just happy to be back on the ace because you're not really getting primed. Okay, yeah, we're gonna make the 5. I feel like we're gonna remake the 8. Come down or something like that. But again, like same theory here where I'm not sure we need to advance, but I guess it's got to be a good play. Yeah. Okay, mega stack of 6 on the 13. We must have to bring one down for lack of a full 2-1 otherwise. And then 24 to 23 is kind of looks interesting. Pressures that blot a little bit. Usually we prefer to be back on the 24. I don't think some 6 duplication too. I mean, I can see some tactical reasons for this. Sizable error though. He's afraid to come under and be attacked with a 6 so much that he plays 6 to 3. And we'll see, maybe some different level of analysis will like it better, but I don't think so. And he makes this play and creates a doubling decision for Marc that he misses here now too. Makes the rack. Perfect point to make. This is tricky. He's got enough race that maybe he wants to try to get away with this. And I guess you can't, like if you sit back with the 6-4, okay, and he's just required to pass no matter what. I'm tempted to cover there as well, but yeah, you can see how this has probably the most winning chances. If he gets away with it, then he's converted a decent race. But Marc has an easy double, and again, Dirk with a potentially close decision, but I think he'll likely find a pass here again. It's just the trick on these, even though he's not winning the race yet, Marc, it's very close. It's that when he hits with 20 of his numbers, it's very threatening and he's going to lose a gammon a lot of that time. 6-5 hits 2 for 22. But when he doesn't, then Dirk has a really strong holding game anyway, and is going to win maybe up to half of those games too. So it's really like nothing can, or sorry, Marc's going to win half of those too. So it's really nothing that can go wrong in a sense. When someone caught Dirk making the 2-point yesterday with 6-4-2, yeah, I think that's the right play and he's aware of it. This is a blitz position, so let's anchor and come down and try to prime. Really insightful stuff from Mochi's lecture there. When you see that stack of 5 checkers on the 6-point, even though it could, it's not like this position has 0 priming potential, but clearly he would like to unstack and attack, has a lot of checkers in the zone. So thematically, White will choose to blitz a lot of the time with this structure. After this hit, okay, Marc's 4 away, and he knows that he's going to win a lot of gammons in this position with 3 back in purity. And he has to really take his time thinking about the cube here, even if this for money might be like a closer decision or he wasn't sure. Sometimes like right in the middle of the, even though he's leading, when he doubles and wins a gammon, he wins the match. So it's a very valuable cube descend at this specific 4-away score. But it's tough as the leader to decide to do that. So he holds off a roll and misses. It's going to be kind of a disappointing sizable mistake there. Wow, and overall we're up to the checker play 6 to 3 for Dirk. Both of them playing up closer to a 4, definitely not going to be their best match. White has one checker stuck on the bar. I guess Marc's feeling good about his no double decision now. But Dirk had a tough decision. He could have found a pass there reasonably too. He understands these positions well enough to think about that kind of thing. Okay, that's a great roll for Marc. Has a very strong position here. Dirk could use a way to consolidate some of these blots. I don't think he has it though. Oh, he is just going to do that. I guess he still is following that theme of this not being a splitting position, even though Marc has that advanced anchor and it feels like that's the only way we can win. Marc develops a little more. Oof, what do we do with this? I mean, I don't think when you advance 24 to 23, it kind of like makes you get primed more often now. You're blocked by more of them, but still, I guess you want to go for that contact. Maybe there's lack of timing. 3 to 2 shifts, yeah. The Sparren's a little stronger. This is an interesting contender. This one's, I mean, you are still facing blitz potential at a 4-way score. I think he knows that he can't afford this split maybe. And maybe that's like a feature of it too, that advancing 24 to 23 at this score particularly is a little stronger than normal, just to make sure you don't get gammoned as often. But also we can see some timing concerns in this position. And Marc's going to roll through a cube again here. These are tricky ones for me to see too, where it's just he's winning the position so clearly with structure that, you know, it could always be already that he's already lost his market. 6 to 3, I think it's time to give up the midpoint. I don't think we can afford impurity like 8 to 2. It's a pass regardless again, but I would just play to the 4. I think he's going to know that he can't play this game out with all these checker problems anyway. So Marc's going to send. He's going to put his hands up and pass another cube. And he lost his market. And all right, we're at 3 away, 6 away. Now score considerations. It's super hard for Marc to find a reason to send a cube unless the game's mostly resolved. And then often it turns into too good anyway. Dirk can be a little more aggressive, but he doesn't get like huge value out of gammons and things like that. So it's not one of the most sensitive scores, right? At 6 away, if he cubes early and wins a gammon, like his goal might be to be, this kind of feels like out's probably better instead of you've got the right distribution already. Yeah, okay, they're really close. That's interesting. But yeah, if he wins a gammon, he gets the 2 away, which is kind of a tough score to use the cube at anyway. You know, you're not all the way to winning. Where once you get to 5 away, then it at least gets you to Crawford, and you've like nearly won the game. So 5 away and under, you play really aggressive when trailing like that. But 6 away is a hair less. You still want to make sure you don't lose your market and miss a chance to gammon him and get to that 2 away. But it's just not quite as sensitive as some of those other scores. 5-2 from the bar. Interesting. I guess, yeah, okay. I mean, this is a opening theory a little bit. You disconnect that split so that it's harder for him to make the bar. Yeah, I mean, the instinct is just like safety 18 to 13, which could be right, but I mean, making a piece of structure is very nice too. So he extends his prime instead. This is sizable error this time because he's winning the race, I suppose. This looks like, ooh, can making the ace point and putting him in the air really be stronger than just anchoring at the edge? It's hard to imagine. I mean, at this score, you want to win a gammon so much and you don't really care about your opponents that you can afford to think about it. For money, it looks like by these numbers, it's not even close. But he's got the right instinct to consider it at the score and he finds the anchoring play anyway. It's just a thing you have to do. You still have to try to win. And double twos. Oh, that's going to clean things up pretty nice. We're going to get off a little bit of contact there. Yeah, I like advancing to 16 for you up the checkers. And And Marc's got a good chance to play a pretty simple holding game towards resolution, not a big racing lead, so it's going to be very close. But this is the kind of game where we can get to an endgame scenario where he would have a cube for sure. Okay, yeah, the 8-6 distribution and 13-11, sure. It'll be a good game for their PRs theoretically. Yeah, good opportunity to clear the mid. There's a long way for the 16 point to go though. It doesn't really have any nice landing spots. So, but he's got so much time in his front there with the 9-8-7 made that he can just kind of keep playing behind the anchor and hopefully wait for a set. He's going to have a lot of rolls to do that. And if not, Dirk's going to have to start giving up outfield points. I really doubt that this can be. I mean, he's outboarded. He leaves a double shot. Dirk's happy to hit it ahead in the race. And I was just talking about all the features that allow him to sit back forever and wait for a better opportunity. But he's making sure he's not missing anything there and going to look at it. And that can be like, those are the trickiest decisions in these holding games. It's just when is the right time to make a bold play and leave my anchor or my last point of contact, whatever I've got there. I just think now is not the time, but he's going to check it over and make sure. 5-2, we can either make the 2 and play behind and keep all this structure in front or start giving up points. I don't know. I think both seem pretty fine. I think I'm inclined to just play from the 6 and keep my structure, but it's bad for the race and the race is close. Oh, this is a clever play too. Kind of like that. Yeah, I think not surprised to see that just giving up a blocking point is better. Putting a checker efficiently on the 4 for racing. It's close. So you can't be stacking checkers up on the ace and the deuce while you come home here. You got to be careful about that. So for example, clearing the 8 is probably very strong here. And he's going to find it this time, maybe because it puts a nice spare on the 6 too. Okay, Dirk's going to make a strong board instead of bringing the 8 into the pure point. That seems fine. He's got to play for contact a little bit down in the race. You can see even there, though, just like playing for racing efficiency is a very close option. 6-5. Okay, he gets an opportunity to safety the midpoint without leaving a shot. That's a happy roll for him. It's going to make Marc have an easier time clearing the 16, but he'll still take it. Never mind about that. It's very easy to clear the 16. We'll just go to the 4. And this could be game over, even with the trying to remember my rules of thumb here. Maybe sometimes when you only have 3 landing spots like this, it can just be an automatic take regardless of the race. I don't think this one's automatic because of the race. I think if he was out on the 10 point, for example, then you'd just have to take on the contact. But 3 landing places is enough. Usually he's only going to leave a single shot. I mean, and if it does turn in a race, he just has no chance. But again, Dirk's here with a position where he's just going to lose a point at a time. Feeling frustrated by that. I can understand it. Oh, someone's asking where the 6-2 from the bar comes from. There's a player in the States named Ray Fogerland that I don't know what the story is from it. Who knows? I don't know. Someone won a tournament with that role, became a saying kind of thing. He's also just a very loud, kind of energetic player person. So imagining his voice has a different effect than typing 6-3 or 6-2 from the bar in the chat. Oh, okay. He makes a point yeah, that's right. This is a very aggressive score. 6-way, 2-way. He points, Marc splits, and this is already enough of an advantage to send a cube. I think that's right. I would have known it better at something like 4-way, 2-way, but that's the kind of thing as well that Dirk has studied and just kind of knows, like has these fortunate references, which can be a huge advantage in these spots. Like a lot of people might have to think about it and try to weigh options and figure out if they need to. And it's just something he's seen and he can kind of play it from reference, which what an advantage that is to just have seen it before. We don't like the XG graphics. I'm not sure what's wrong with them. They actually have the nice skin on it that not everyone uses too, which is customizable. But it is kind of old and due for a refresh. So This hidden continue is very strange down in the race. Or yeah, I mean he is down in the race, so that's probably why, but he's outboarded too, and he's worried about a gammon. So I'm not sure I saw that one. Looks like that was kind of an error here. 5-3 is going to come in nicely. He's worried about losing his last point of contact, I suppose. So 3 of them, sure, step up. I like this. This doesn't look like a very gammonish position that we've ended up in, but oh, it looks like it was a small error there too. Okay, this is a great response from Marc. Going to develop his position very well and generate a lot of wins, and a fan. That's going to help a lot too. And now we're kind of even out the game. 6-5. That's a great spot for containing a single checker. Sit on the 11 there. Oh, interesting, Nigel. I'm not sure if I've noticed XG slowing down. I may have though, and I think a thing that I've noticed, for example, is that if you're plussing a lot of different positions, that the second time you plus it, it brings the result up very quick, which indicates to me, computer science background, I guess, that it must be caching that somehow, like storing it in memory. So it could be that if you just keep that running for long enough, eventually it just bogs down memory quite a bit. Usually the limiter in using XG is CPU though. It's very happy to hog that efficiently and make a computer unable to do anything else. 4-6 out, pretty solid roll here. 4-1 probably just makes the 3-point. Yeah, let's make the purest one, even though we want to take a checker out the 6. Well, look at this. It's desirable enough to unstack that you can make the 2 there too. 5-4 comes home safe, and Dirk doesn't have a huge racing lead, but he has enough of one to feel like he's got an advantage for sure. And yeah, if the match ended here, I think Marc wouldn't be thrilled about his PR. But I mean, the thing about it too is that everyone plays in a range, and 4.5 is not like outside his range. I don't think he'll be like super upset about it. He would be very unhappy with his PR if he played, I don't know, like I guess above a 5, people are probably frustrated at this tournament. A 6, you know, they don't know what happened kind of thing. But yeah, I mean, a 4.5 is kind of okay. It's not a good match. It's not a terrible match. I think he might, I don't know if he'll feel bad about his cubes or not either, you know, he might feel like he just didn't know that kind of position. They're, again, from these lectures and seeing how these people study, I'm like almost 100% certain that Dirk's finding those cubes, but if that's not an area that Marc's looked at closely, then maybe he doesn't, you know, not as comfortable with that particular 4-way score. All right, double 3s is going to cover a point and probably slot the bar, sure. And we just get to play a simple 5-point holding game, you know. Marc can roll a big set and win the race, then he'll take this game over. But I mean, clearly not ahead in it now. Now's not the time to think about leaving. You can at least keep making Dirk's Baron more awkward and difficult. Not having a checker on the 5-point is going to be a gap in his racing game plan a little bit. So Marc will stay back for a while, but I mean, this tends to be very easy to clear, hard to leave a shot. And I think you can just bring the 3 in. You're not too sad to have to run off with the 6. If you do, you'll get far enough where you're not going to get gammoned. So yeah, I think you still have to play for some racing efficiency here. 4-2 clears a point nicely, and now maybe some 6s are going to give like 6-3 decisions about whether you should go with both or not. 4-1, I'm making the board. Wow, look how close that is though. How do you understand that you have like 12% racing chances that are worth trying to preserve? I mean, it just seems so intuitive to stay back and play for 6-2. 3-2, he's going to go with at least 1, but I mean, 6s or 5s could be rolled, so why not get a shot? The answer to that is going to be if he has enough racing equity to win that way. You don't want to give that up on certain aces and things like that. But I think It's a big enough lead for Dirk. All right, now we've got 6-5 instead of 6s and 5s. Is the game of backgammon possible or a backgammon? That would have been a cool way to see the match resolved. Backgammon on a 2 cube at 6 away. Haven't seen a lot of those. All right, now we get to the most fun score in backgammon, where the opening from this game is just a certain cube. There's no question about it. So 4 away, 2 away. Dirk's lucky enough to point with the opening roll, and Marc can basically point anywhere, and Marc splits. You're sending. I'm not 100% certain about 6-4 point in certain splits, since I mean he probably doesn't split after 6-4 as well. But yeah, very aggressive with the cube here. It's because you cancel your opponent's gammons. Yours are worth so much. It's so easy to lose your market. Trying to evaluate whether you have a take or pass after certain things is very tough too, I think. If people miss cubes like that, it's so sensitive that it might just be a good rule of thumb to just pass at 4 away, 2 away. Okay, it's a checker and back. So now again, he could have come out of this sequence with a small advantage, which might be enough to cube here, even without the threats here. No, I don't think so. Wow, this is kind of tricky. I guess you just have to have the anchor at the score. That's probably what you're thinking. But I wonder if there's other scores where making the 5 is fine. Looks close, but I think it's still just best to have the anchor in general. All right, Dirk's going to consolidate some of his position. Now, Dirk still has some nice chances of attacking behind the anchor potentially here. Oh, this is okay. Yeah, that's right. Makes the 5, makes the first inner board point. It's going to be scary for Marc to leave his anchor with a 4. I think he does it here though. This is not clear. Again, at the score, it's very scary. I don't think Dirk is going to have market losers if he goes for it. I think it wins too much to not try against only a 2-point board. Yeah. And look at this. It's a big mistake. Again, at the score, because of the gammons that you lose, they're just worth too much. And this indicates to me, seeing these numbers, that after this play, I think Dirk has a cube. And I think he probably just might know that too. But okay, yeah, so you just got to sit on your anchor. When you play this game, it's very hard to lose a gammon. It's nice to slot and develop a little bit. But yeah, I mean, you can just potentially get attacked off the board with the other plan. With these, I think for money, probably you win too much to not try it. So 4 and 3% is like, it's close for money, I guess. These are probably, it's hard to see for sure. It sure is hard to pass up. I definitely understand Marc's dilemma here. Yeah, Joe confirms cube for Dirk after this play. I believe it. I think so. And it's so clear that he doesn't have a cube after the other play that I think if you can recognize that, I'm rarely thinking about that when making checker plays. Probably a good idea too. It's just a lot. But I think he sees it and he knows this. This is pretty sharp. This is good experience play right here to be even considering these plays so strongly. Okay, we've got a very nice board in the chat now. We're kind of split on that one. It's either very nice or ugly. I like it. Orange is a good color. Enough said. And the thing about it too, I mean, Dirk would say the same thing that like, I mean, after this play, not all players know that they have a cube. So I think Dirk does. I would have liked to see if he just snapped doubles after that. And now he's still Feels like he has to think about whether or not he has a cube after this play. That's so interesting. And it's so close that plus plus very well might switch it. I didn't even really think about that a fourth checker back could just be enough. But again, score is so sensitive. You can see these numbers here. All you have to be doing is just winning by a little bit. You have some gammons present in the position, and it's going to be very easy to lose his market because as soon as he sends the cube, Marc's 8% gammons are worth nothing. His 13% gammons are worth a full, like the same as a win. We call it the gammon value of 1. It's like relative value of the gammon to winning or losing the game. And usually they're worth half as much as winning. At this score, they're worth a full amount, same as winning the game. And so here's where we find out if the theory pays off, where it was really close and he might have missed a cube. So now he cubes after that, of course, and it's entirely possible that he's lost his market at this point when he has a good sequence like that. And then we got hit back. Again, it's not intuitive to see since your opponent's on the bar, you have an anchor, 10 in the zone, but it's not a real threat. This is just absolutely nothing for money. And sure enough, we found a pass. I think I'm going to market this rule of thumb now, I think. If you suspect your opponent ever might have missed a cube at 4-way, 2-way, and then they send you a cube the next roll, like I think it's just a great rule of thumb to just pass it. That actually helped me find it here. I think if I was evaluating the position as whether or not it's a take or pass, I'd be as lost as Marc right now. But if you think about it as the last position being a reasonable cube that was not taken, and then we had a good sequence, like we're probably past our market now. And he does find the pass correctly. That's a good job. Other hints, of course, I think he had like 4 checkers back with a blot already too. It's too much at this score. 3-away, 2-away is also a very sensitive score. Not quite as much. I think he's got to do a little better on the opening sequence to get a cube in on the third roll. Not any points in a split, but it's still, yeah. Wonder what they're chatting about over there. I think I told Dirk about my rule. That'd be cool if he was joking about that. 3-2 splits. Okay, so this is that kind of opening where game could go quick. 5-1 is nothing though. I'm just going to split. 5-3. Oh yeah, at the score, I guess you just make a point. It's a better point than the inner board points. Probably always you do. 4-1. Woof. Yeah, you already have the distribution you like out there. So I think we got to do something with the back checkers. This duplicates some 6s that would make, a lot of numbers that would make the 5-point. This is interesting to put in front, but he doesn't have 5s right now, so I don't see the reason for it. Oh, the slot is really clever. I like that. Kind of like coming out to the bar better than this play. 2-1. You want to cover the 11. You don't want to do this. It's so awkward for distribution. So can you afford to have to slot with it? And with that checker on the 9, it kind of feels like maybe there's some good enough for duplication. I don't know about 2s. I guess 2's anchor also. Yeah, this is the play that came to mind, and you have to convince yourself whether or not it makes sense to do, especially at a score like this, but I like it. I think this looks good. This could be another, there we go, of course. Whenever you duplicate, then they roll doubles of that number and show you how cool it is to do both things that you duplicated. Not entirely obvious. I don't know if I want to use my last spare to make an offensive point. And there's 10 checkers in the zone, so maybe I kind of feel like the anchor is pretty strong here. 20-18 afterward. Wow. Okay, we just split out to the bar. I can see some logic in that since the 13 and 11 are stripped. This is the play I'm pretty sure I would find. I don't know how I avoid making that. And he had instincts about it, but couldn't lay off it. Okay, he's going to get hit from the bar. And as expected, both players' PRs are just dropping as they play more games too. We've got Dirk with his standard just under 3. Marc's playing pretty solid in the mid 3s there too. Are there a lot of money games at these tournaments? There can be. I don't know. I mean, a lot of the players in the tournament right now are pretty exhausted. They'll probably play at some point. But actually, I mean, last night I was just sitting between Mochi, Kazuki, Ryan, Ali, Beline, and just betting reference positions. It was a lot of fun. So I mean, I don't know. People like to gamble for sure too, even the best players. And it's just, I mean, it's an interesting opportunity to get to do that with all of like the sharpest players in the game too, So I think people still have fun out here and pass some money around too. Interesting that he looks kind of, I can tell that with the ace, he must think that that's it. And is it hitting on the 3 or not? I'm not sure I would have considered that play. It looks pretty strange here to me. But yeah, you don't want to leave the direct 6 out either. You're outboarded. There's a lot of problems with all the plays. So yeah, structure is just, it's hard to pass that up. Now we got another funky spot where Dirk could think about a cube. Oh, I think this is going to make it. Ooh. I was going to say it's going to make 2 inner board points, but that does look pretty disconnected with 3 checkers back. So maybe I'm not sure I want to leave my anchor without Junior behind. And look at this. Of course, the answer when you're conflicted is that it's both. So you come out to the 15, challenge that blot. That makes a lot of sense. It's a cool play. And Dirk's going to find it, of course. You don't want to break the 8-point landing point in front either. But I would, and plus has them break even. It is nice to get the dances and have the 6 attacker too. I like this play though. I think this is a good find. And 3-1 is not going to clean up that blot. Yeah, Dirk has a pretty simple cube at the score. He's got an anchor, but gammons are kind of real here with 3 back and threatening to hit a 4th. He's winning a lot. If it feels like a comfortable double for money, then often it's a pass at the score. It's not clear that it's a double for money though. And sure enough, we see the analysis here though. A lot of game with the checker behind. He's got the impure ace made. And it's pretty cool to see how confident Dirk is in these cubes though too, just knowing how much he studies it, how interesting he finds this part of the game. It's just very sharp on this stuff that can be very like the most complicated decisions in backgammon for most people. Oh, does anyone, I am not aware of anyone betting on people winning. I mean, you guys should. That seems like a fun thing to do. I mean, at a lot of the tournaments, they'll have Calcuttas and things like that, but I mean, there's nothing officially part of the event here. Yeah, it's kind of, in a way, it's like a different kind of competition, I feel like, where part of the allure of it is that everyone's excited to get to play against each other, and they're not really like maybe some other tournaments, they're excited to be maybe the best one that's going to win. And here it's just, I don't know, it's pretty cool to get to play. I'm sure some players are definitely thinking that way and would like to take this tournament down. There's a lot of players that just want to have it go a certain way, play at a certain level, things like that, on the most competitive technical stage. This looks like it's gonna, release the mid, connect it with that blot on the 9, make a point. This is great. Nothing else really looks appealing at all. Marc finds the take too. It's very strong. Oh, and double 6s. What is this going to do? The race is close enough that you definitely can't be behind the structure with all of them. So one could link around and hit, but that looks very weak against the strong board. My first inclination is just, all 3 out. And then where's the last one? You have to leave a shot either way. So maybe you just put it on the 5 point. It's kind of nice where it is. I think maybe you'd choose not to play the last 6 if you had the choice. Because you have the 15 and 13 cover it should Dirk decide to break the 15 to hit him. Okay, double 5s. Oh, it's not going to do a lot. Well, it's going to make the super board. Okay, pretty good roll. But Mark's got a lot of priming game in this one now and could end up like winning by containing that back checker. This has just got to be, I mean, why are we going to point on him when we're outboarded? I think priming's the game plan. So I'm just instantly playing 8 to 5, 15 to 13. But he's looking at pointing on head because it's an option. He's got too much work to do to afford impurities to the structure like that, though. Yeah, he doesn't want to get, well, no, he needs his sixes out, so maybe 2 in is fine. I say I think this play is saving something that might break the 15 link. Oh, this is more interesting now. Now it still might even be right to just try to rely on the priming game and play to the 5. But yeah, probably a little, look at that, almost dead even. And that should help you with the play before that, that if those are that close, then you can't be thinking about pointing on the 3 before you've gotten to this position with that 3-2. Before you've made the 5. Okay, Dirk enters, has a little life. I think, ooh, at this score, this is so hard. I mean, you have to win more games by hitting, but okay. The race is not that close, so it's very difficult to win without hitting. But okay, he finds this wonderful roll. It's just gonna destroy his board. Oof. Wow, what a roll this is. Double 3s here. That's gonna put Marc in the driver's seat for sure. Feeling some frustration from Dirk in this match for sure. Ooh, what do we do with this? 4 to ace? I mean, maybe that's what, yeah, I guess you have to. I'd almost be tempted to just clear the 7 or something. It's just, ugh, you don't want the checker there. Now when you hit, you have to worry about your blot back on the ace, maybe. 2-1, okay, another disaster. It would probably just be the nuts to just roll a 6 and connect up with your anchor. But instead, we're going to be stuck there for a little longer, maybe attacked. And now Marc is a little more comfortable hitting if he needs to, because there's not that threat of being, attacked and closed out, all these things. Yeah, lifting probably, look at that. Now that his board is trash, he can afford to just cover that ace. Okay, he wishes he did now. Oh no, I guess not. Maybe, I don't know. But Dirk is finally able to link up with that anchor, which is very nice. And hoping to consolidate a winning race. I think there are no reasonable options other than, yeah, playing from that point. Look at this. I actually didn't think about 13 to 3. That seems like a pretty natural play to just advance the anchor and be sad about it. But again, his busted board, you got to look for these technical opportunities when they have nothing to punish them. Yeah, I agree that this feels like NBA All-Star kind of environment, People are going to have fun with it. They want to win, of course, but yep. And Dirk's finally able to break contact and probably win this race. And wow, the swings in this game have been wild. I'm not sure what Marc missed to get him back up over a 4 again. Might have missed that part. I don't think that was the 3s really that bad, maybe? Could be. I mean, he really needs contact to win. He has such a better board. That could have been a large mistake, but okay. You can see with all the wastage on Dirk's side too, I mean, there's some racing hope here for Marc, but Marc's structure isn't all that much faster either. Or more efficient. We should be going on to Gammon Go Crawford. That's kind of exciting. We'll see how Marc likes being on that side of the coin. All match he's been defending. Now he gets to be the attacker for a round, for one game. Oh yeah, I guess like ace must not have mattered last time. Let's get off in 2 rolls. All right. I think Dirk with his first lead. I can't remember if he won the first game or not. Maybe he's just been on an infinite streak of losing since then. But yeah, here we are. Technically something close to 1 in 3 matches that Marc can win from this score, because he has the benefit of being able to win a gammon to win the match in this Crawford game. You know, the other way it goes is he wins this game and has to win another one. That happens about, I guess, well, yeah, having to win twice. And then, of course, Dirk can just win this game and win the match that way. 3-1. It almost looks tricky. It's always a contender to make the 5, but I think, yeah, hitting must just be great here. 1-4. What does our opponent have? Prime or blitz? I think, yeah, it feels like we got a split here. 13-9 is a strong competitor, though. Very interesting. Oh, it's gammon save. So I think that kind of slows people down, but it tends to be the case that when you need to save a gammon, even though you don't want to come under the gun and risk it, you also don't want to stay back on the ace and get gammon that way. So fighting for an advance anchor becomes very important. What is this going to do? Maybe make the 2 with it. Yeah, I think we need to keep our midpoint link. So I like that play. 6-1 is going to hit for sure, right? Must be the start of it. And then I guess, oh, this is an interesting alternative. Okay. It's a way to do it. I feel like the gammons are the real benefit of that play, though. And here, I think you want to keep the 8 made, not leave a direct shot from that blotting board. Yeah, I like this. But it is kind of, you hate putting the 5th checker on the 6, so I understand why you kind of slowed down on that one. Marc is just going to come right out to the bar. Interesting. I'm not sure if I would have the heart to do that one, but he doesn't want to be in front of that stack. Makes a lot of sense. And I guess has decided that he can't afford to stay back on the 23, probably for lack of a good 5 as well. Oh, another interesting play where at the score we can probably play pretty quiet. But it just looks so nice to hit 2 with all this ammunition in the zone here to prevent anchoring. And you get to unstack that heavy 6 that you created as well. Yeah, visualizing it, you can see in the XG feed on the right side of the board what the best play looks like. And this just looks strong, I guess. Well, actually, I don't know. I mean, it doesn't at all. Is a problem. I'm just looking at it now that he's down in the race. He's going to make this goofy passive play and just kind of like rely on his anchor game. I think he knows that he's probably not winning the game from here. And so if you can kind of feel that you're winning by a little bit after the hits, but that you're losing by a little bit after the no hit, it's very hard to avoid making this play or an attacking play. But again, at the score, those 14.5% gammons that Marc might win after this play win the match, and they just cost too much. Oh, I didn't even notice that Marc was in such time trouble. I'm also, wow, that's a good find for Dirk. Some of the hardest stuff for me, adjusting checker play to the score, find I just probably am going to make more mistakes trying to do things like that and just try to play maybe plays that seem like they're going to win, you know. That's a tough one. But okay, this is a good, great shot. Yeah, we're going to switch 9 to 7 along with it. I mean, this play seems pretty natural. Not sure what he's looking at his play B here. Maybe, oh, there's this switch, huh? That's funky. Can see some merit to it, but I mean, you kind of like that checker back there. And again, I think that's the kind of play you make when you're trying to gammon someone, you know, try to close them out and avoid them from having that nice holding game. Here, this just looks so structurally nice. Like, why? Let's just, yeah. 4 blocking points in front of that anchor. Marc fans, that's going to be a big advantage for Dirk. Now we want to switch to it. Yeah, now we're ready to probably make a 4-point board along with it. Now this play just wins more. in on the ace, making the ace points pretty good for Marc. Ooh, making the 5 points very good for Dirk. It's a great follow-up. And he does make the ace point holding game. Okay, I think he might have trouble holding on to the timing to be in a good position for this one by the end when the action occurs. But for now, he's at least got the anchor, which gives him a chance. This 2-1 is pretty trashy. Yeah, I mean, pretty equivalent between making the 8 and just coming in with one checker and keeping more outfield coverage in case Marc decides he wants to run or something, but it both seem fine. 2-1. So the 2 must come from there somehow. Yeah, this looks good. This is awkward. Marc really needs to find a way to put his checkers to efficient use so that he can win if he is so lucky to hit a shot from the ace point game. He's getting kind of stuck with these rolls where he can't do that. Now I think you got to give up the mid and slot one of those points. Probably, I don't know if you need to get it. Yeah, I like this. I mean, this 6 just must be. But look at that. Somehow, okay, and he comes out with the 6. I was looking at 13-7 in a heartbeat. But just giving up on the ace point game is his best chance. How can this be? 2s and aces duplication. Wow, that's really interesting to me. That's a sharp find. I don't know how you find that play. Yeah, I think all of these come out versions are just too big and get beat up a little too often. Your opponent might just not roll a 6 and then he can attack on the ace very happily. You know, he's still got to try to, okay, he does though. And now Marc just needs to stay. Okay, 6 is going to be forced out. We've got 5s and 2s, 2s and aces. At least so Marc doesn't have the structure to really punish this yet. But I mean, a quick lucky sequence, and there's real gammons here. You know, this can still turn into that kind of position for sure. 6 is a whiff though. It seems like it'd be a good roll. I think you got to keep the back checker back. You're still hurting in the race. Not clear though. Oof. Yeah, this seems like a strong play now that I see it. Everything else is going to start burying checkers anyway. And now Dirk with a little bit of edge in the race. Likely to close out the match, but who knows? Yeah. Yeah, that was an impressive find with the 6-1. I'm not sure how he did that. 40 seconds on there, 49 seconds down to 33 seconds for Marc now. I didn't notice that he had put himself in such clock pressure. I guess he had some tough cube decisions. All right, now we just get a nice race sweat. Ugh. Not a good start for Marc. That open 5 is going to hurt him. Very strong PRs from both players in this match, though. Impressive stuff. Oh. Everyone kind of just has fun in these moments now, you know, like a lot of tournaments, people might be really upset about that, big swings in prize pools and things, but I guess the win or loss on the match doesn't matter as much. Everyone knows it just happens in backgammon all the time. So it's nice. It affords us the luxury of finding it funny, you know? Oh, he can't do it. Okay, Dirk wins the match, likely to win the PR point here too. Very well played on both sides. Super exciting match too. Marc was just leading the whole way through, and somehow Dirk clawed his way back with some very good aggressive cubes at trailing scores and such after having to pass his way there. Crazy stuff. All right, well, that's it for our pre-lunch show. We're going to be back. Well, the schedule says at 3. We'll see if we can actually get back up with the schedule. So 40 minutes from now. And then next match, I'm going to look it up now. I'm going to keep pulling this up. Maybe I should just download this to my phone too, huh? That's what I'm going to do eventually. But our next match on the stream is going to be Marcus and Zdenek Zizka, I think. I think he says it Zizka. I don't know. I don't know how to speak his language. I try though. But that should be a great match. Always excited to watch those guys play. That's coming up in maybe 40 minutes around there, and we'll be back with 2 more matches after that too. After that, Marc and Tim are playing another match at 4:30, and then, or sorry, I think it's 5. Is it 4:30? No, we have it right. 4:30, and then Marc and Simon are playing at 6 o'clock. So today is the day of Marc on stream. Hope you enjoy it. We'll see you guys soon. Well, you got Nick here. I don't know if my sound's actually on the stream or not. We'll find out. I presume it is. But yeah, we got visual of the players. We don't have a transcriber in the background, so before, we're not going to start before that gets there for sure. But getting ready to go shortly here with, as I said, ZZ on Galaxy, top rated player on there against here Acrobat. I don't know if I know how to pronounce it at all. He said it and I couldn't understand him when he said it out loud. But I guess it's a backgammon training website. So if you can catch his shirt, I think it might be here in acrobat.com or here in acrobat backgammon. But they were talking as though maybe Zdenek made use of that earlier on in his play. Oh, there we go. You got to catch his shirt right now. Oh, that's close. That's yeah, I'll tell him. Yeah. Show your shirt, Marcus. Show the website so they know where to go. Yeah. Both sides. Yeah. Yeah. Down. Oh, I can see it. Yeah, but like the name down here in Acrobat online -online.de. That'll work. Yeah. Wilson's advice is to stand here and show everything. Huh? Okay. We're having some fun. Yeah, perfect. There you go. Time to whistle a song, Wilson. Yeah, for sure. Okay, I'll be right back, guys. All right, I'm back again. That was a lot of fun. I was saying to us move the camera stand, huh? Wilson doesn't show up on camera much, but yeah, that was like a nightmare for him. But I think we got it set back up again. It looks, oh yeah, we get to see almost like reflections in the, looks nice. It's oriented well. I don't have a glare on the clock this time either. It's all very pretty. I imagine you guys are seeing this too. Yeah. Yep, we've got Marcus Rheinhard and Zdenek Zizka. Oh, wow. I was not aware that I was 1 point behind you in Acrobat on Galaxy. That's funny. one spot. All right, I'll have to challenge him. Yeah, he is 22. I think he just said that. It got typed in as 23. They're offering each other candy here. Very cool, very cool. I'll get our guy to correct that. But sometimes, he answers 22 and then a few minutes later he might have turned 23. So that could be what's going on too. You never know. That happened with Mochi during his birthday was during the UBC finals, the last one. So his age changed at some point on the stream, and I noticed that, and it was crazy. I thought it was very funny, but it turned out that was intentional. Well, there's Wilson. Wilson. I got to go tell him to change the age. We got two there. So we're working on getting our transcriber in place, and then we'll be all set to go. All right, I think we're getting really close here. We're in like the back office here. I don't know if you can, the shot you see by the light, if you go back there and take a turn to the left, you probably see me run back there a whole bunch. I'm in a little closet to the left back there. Wilson's behind a screen here. He might have posted a little video of what my closet looks like. My closet has its own bathroom, so it's pretty comfortable. It's not always the case in closets, you know. There we go. We've got our transcriber coming in too to shut down in here. Then we get to play. I love the space setup still. I'm glad we still have that, you know.
You're doing a great job, Nick.
Oh, thank you, Olsen. We're doing some hard calculations on the score and everyone's PR from yesterday too. Got Mochi on the job, who could be better. So we're going to sort all that out, I'm sure too. And a whole bunch goes into this stuff. Oh, I was specific. It's an actual toilet. There's like a door. So there's a closet in the closet, a water closet in the closet. There you go. But I mean, I think I have buckets too. I've got a lot of workout equipment back here. And I have a door from which I can escape, which would make for a good magic trick, I think, at some point. Oh, I did not mention the disco ball. And there's a lot of, yeah, a scale, some fake counterfeit money. I don't know. I guess they usually do magic shows here, so there's a lot of weird stuff back here in the closet. Yeah, I brought that out to play for you, but you guys are really busy trying to figure out the stream. It's like, okay, not the time for my guitar joke. Bummer. Yeah, Zdenek played yesterday many times. Everyone's played 5 times yesterday, and then this is round 8, so third match of today. Many of the players have had a bye by now, had a round off. That's the only way. We have an odd number of players, of course. But yeah, so everyone's going to play each other once. Everyone's going to play 14 matches, which means they'll have to play against one opponent twice. We tried to split that out too, and all random draw and everything. But the whole schedule and everyone that they played already, everyone they're going to play for the rest of the preliminary rounds here, that's all posted on Facebook on the Backgammon Galaxy Facebook page. And so you can go check it out there. You can see which matches are going to be streamed at what time. And that's going to take us through the schedule for today and tomorrow. The day after that, the top 8 qualifiers are going to begin the quarterfinals, which begins at 10 a.m. that day, a little bit earlier. We've got a lot of backgammon to play that day to get through the quarters and the semis, quarters in the morning and then semis in the afternoon. Oh yeah, it is kind of closetception in here. Oh, Zdenek's, I think, girlfriend is here having a chat. Maybe about it said some like weird, I don't know. I'm sure they got something going on. Yeah. Yeah, we're live on the stream. Whenever we get the commentary going and things like that, we're all good. Oh yeah, it's currently got just the player view, so we can't see the board view. So we need Wilson to switch that back, I think. Unless I'm crazy and it stopped here. Oh yeah, I haven't heard what the statistics are over here, but yeah, I mean, we all get tested here. We're all tested in the room. We're wearing masks in certain like eating areas and things like that, but not in the actual backgammon room because it's by choice there. Yeah, Marcus feels left out. He said it's not fair. We're playing a doubles round here, I guess, is the idea. Bring your girlfriends. But yeah, Zdenek needs some coaching, you know. That's how it goes. Takes a team. All right, I think we're about ready to go here. I'm going to close the commentary closet. And we're off. Nice start with the 3-1. No, Coca-Cola is not sponsoring this. This is free ad work we're doing for them, hoping that they will pick us up in the future, but not currently. Double fives is a nice roll afterwards to make the 3-point. Good racing lead. And a 5-2 natural, no splitting options. So he's just going to play down, and I mean, wouldn't be splitting in this position anyway. 3-2 after the blitz. You know, probably Zdenek's biggest risk is being primed here more so than being attacked, even though Marcus brought 2 down. So I think the split is the right idea. And yeah, often you prefer the 22 split after the opponent makes the 5-point, because well, look at this. The 2 up is a strong play here. That's very interesting. And now Zdenek rolls the 3-2 and is gonna hit 2, attack those checkers back there. That makes sense. We can play kind of prime or blitz from Zdenek's position with the 10 in the zone. He gets hit. And so now not a lot of material for attacking. He's probably more focused on priming. Aces should be okay. That's a good roll to advance and make sure you're challenging that point there. The 6-5 shift is interesting. I'm not sure why that would be preferred. This looks like a pretty natural solution. You've got 6s you like already and not that many 5s. So why not pick up the 5 out? But I guess it's a little more contact or something like that. I'm not sure. Little tactical considerations in spots like this. And yes, we're back to, is this the moon board again? According to the chat, I can't remember. I don't know what we call it over here, but I'll call it whatever you call it. Okay, 6-2 is going to hit almost certainly. He pockets the checker and thinks about it, brings it back out, hits on the 14. Oh, we need to see more XG analysis. I can talk to Tua about that. That's it's a challenge though. I mean, it's both his job to make sure this gets transcribed for the results of the match and everything like that, right? We've got to make sure that we have all of this to analyze the PRs afterward. And he's also trying to make sure that he does it in a way that highlights what's going on. But sometimes you just got to keep up with the pace of play and do whatever they give you, you know. Neptune board. Okay. Okay. It could be. Moon is pretty good though. I mean, I kind of like that. What would I guess the moon board is probably purple, huh? The Akiko moon board. Yeah, I like this one. It's really nice. I mean, the wood is just very pretty on this one too. So whenever they switch out the backdrops, I think they all look really nice in that setting. Okay, and we've got Marcus offering a cube already with 4 back. This seems pretty reasonable. I hadn't really considered it yet. I was listening to you guys instead. But I think he hasn't escaped one of his checkers. Still has blots around. There's still a 4 to open. Zdenek has the protective 23 points. So positionally, he's definitely beat, but there's a lot of counterplay. And when Marcus does escape easily, if he hits a 6-3 or something like that, the game's not over. There's still going to be significant winning chances from just a 23-point game, and he might be able to make the 21 point as well. So yeah, this looks like a fairly natural take to me. I think there's just too much game left. But these are very difficult to evaluate, very tricky. I get them wrong often. I tend to miss cubes here, even just not really seeing the clear market loss, but a lot of times it can just be so positionally dominated that you have to give up on the game. So Zdenek's going to look at this for a while and think about it. I can't wait to read his book coming out soon, which I'm sure will explain exactly what he's thinking about right now to decide this position. But I've seen the prototype here that's been floating around. I haven't gotten to read it much, but got to be excited for that. And he drops it instead. Okay. I mean, it's very understandable. You have 4 checkers back. I mean, again, the thought is just that you're positionally dominated and getting gammon too often, and that trying to play for a weak deuce point game just isn't enough. And the numbers, I don't know how you figure that out over the board. It's just tough decisions. 6-2 split to open. Yeah, the 2s, you just make 2 points. All right, so yeah, I think this is a common theme here where you don't want to give the direct shot to split exactly. You're happy to give up the mid once you've made the bar point. So the third one comes down to the 7. See if he finds it here. Looks like it. And 6-1 is an awkward roll. But of course, Zdenek's seen this and knows the best option. Just make the 5, make your board. Still threatening. Oh, wow. And the double 6s is about one way to play it. And so rolling a 4 here is a pretty big swing. But if he doesn't, he's going to be in some trouble. Does hit the 4. I guess I don't see a lot of options for the. Oh, you could clean up the blot with the 6. But probably just, I would think, continue and control the outfield. I think if your opponent enters with a 1, 2, 3, 4, does he want to hit on the 11? Seems pretty scary to me. He doesn't have much board, so sure, let's just go out here, kind of keep building and containing. I guess this takes pressure off the blot on the 8, but it also prevents you from being attacked on the board. So it kind of goes both ways. It seems like a solid play to me. And look at this. 11 to 5 is hugely better. This is a surprise to me. And by all metrics, it is a superior play. It loses a few more gammons. But yeah, I guess pressure on the blot must be part. I mean, I understand this mistake for sure. Okay, we get a fan. It's always surprising when the equities run close and they're just like, XG has such a strong preference or something. But okay, so with 1 back, even though he has the bar point anchor, there's a lot of threats and gammons here. It seems like it anyway. So, I mean, we definitely have to think about the cube. It turns out we're very borderline. It's just 2, 3. So it's just 4 numbers that are going to hit. We don't have a ton of ammunition to close out. So I guess the reason it's so close is that if we lose our market soon, it's not going to be by much. We only have like 9.5 checkers in the zone. So we're not really threatening to close out this third block quite yet. And as soon as we're doing that, we are going to be threatening a lot of gammons. So he rolls. This makes sense. And he's just going to try to escape when we should play 14 to 5 now. So again, has the wrong idea with not pressuring that blot on the 8. But with this escape, maybe he's thinking he's winning the race by more too. Because now with no threat of a 4th blot, he's not winning the race yet, really. So I think this looks to be a fairly clear take. Yeah, and it's not even a double. So this is very interesting already. It's just I think Zdenek's just misread this position unless something's going wrong on the transcription. The real threat here is the actual extra blot, but he's thinking that the threat is that he's winning the race and dominating a bar point holding game, plus has a checker in the air, which threatens some gammons. It can be very scary if you're also winning the race, right? But I mean, if in the next few rolls, Marcus can just come in and get to the bar point, he's got a great game here. It's going to be a long time before Zdenek can bring this home. We'll see if Marcus can figure that out. Yeah, and he does take the cube. Okay, very good, very good. I see people saying it looks like his PR exploded. Well, that's what happens if you make a few like marginally even clear mistakes in a row early and haven't had all the moves. But I mean, I expect that's going to come down fast. Yeah, it is very interesting how important the pressure on that blot on the 8 was to this position. But of course, I guess, if you think about how we got here, maybe it makes a little more sense out of the position too. 2 sets of 6s for Marcus, so he had a huge racing lead before a lot of this started to happen. Zdenek looks at the pure play here, thinks about just setting up for the attack and continuing to threaten the gammons, which makes a lot of sense. But tightening up with some blots is a little better. You would choose day 2 from the anchor and turn the game around a little too often. Finds that play. And here we are right in this scenario I kind of talked about where it's looking likely that Marcus will improve by moving his checker up the anchor. I mean, this is another variation too. If it gets stiff enough, and maybe Zdenek will just end up with not even having the better board. And now we're kind of like confused with how awkward this is if we want to come to the anchor and play the race in that hold and let him start slotting behind, or if we want to keep that pressure on. I think if it was like a 6-1 or 2, maybe it's a little easier to consider staying back. I'm not sure I like it here because this kind of gives free reign for our opponent to attack behind as well. But if we made the 4-point board with it, then it looks pretty good. Here, yeah, I think we should just capitalize on race now. This looks like a great racing play. You can get that spare on the 18 to move its way around. We've got just a ton of game here. This is my play of choice. And it looks like XG likes that play too. 2-1, kind of like we talked about, took pressure off. Now he gets to play a little more natural, but that's okay. Marcus just picked the other game plan now. And the darts are helping him out a little bit here. Oh, interesting. I think probably cover with the 3 and bring the 1 in is a little better distribution, but I'm sure that's fine too. 5-4, if he's winning the race, he should clear and try to consolidate it, but he's not winning it by much. There's kind of a problem with this. I think you still have to do it. I mean, you don't want to leave a shot out there, but this is already a pretty uncomfortable game for Zdenek, showing why the cube was early here, or a little bit. Not even early. I guess it was like very minor, but if it, I'm not sure it was early. But a good take by Marcus, of course. And these double 4s are going to catch him right up in the race, right? Was it double 4s or was it 5-4? Must have missed it. No, I think it was double 4s. Now he's ahead 11, and this looks like, okay, I had 7 after the 3-1, which is going to be, for money, I think it's right getting close to Riki. What is it? 8-9 is usually my metric. He has same crossovers, so it's probably like right on the cusp, which means that the score, when you're leading, you can't afford to risk the 8 cube coming back. It's going to come back earlier. It's a little too potent of a weapon. So I think you have to wait and get at least a pip or 2 further ahead. You missed the blunders in the start. There's some really tough, I mean, in this game, there's just a funky like double sixes open. And I think playing against a bar point holding game, he was missing an opportunity to put pressure on a blot and instead just trying to come around and consolidate a holding game, and got dinged a couple times for that. Sizable ones. And the other one, I mean, he passed the first game. It was a really difficult 4 checkers back deuce point holding game. I mean, I don't know how you take that. I mean, well, I don't know. I might have, but it's not an easy one to take. I've kind of got the mochi bug too, where I tend to take things I shouldn't more often than I pass things that I shouldn't, I think. Okay, 5-2. We haven't gained on the race at all, so we're no closer to a cube from Marcus. It's getting shorter, but he's kind of lost a little ground, so 5 pips still isn't going to be enough. Here, I'm just using the simple 62 rule, which says, yeah, kind of a blunder to send here, where this is probably really close for money. Fine. I mean, it's an initial cube. It's probably okay, which maybe means a redouble for money would be a problem too. It does get more reasonable in these shorter races eventually to send it more like money, because Zdenek's going to have a harder time finding the turnaround point or finding a time to send the cube back. Okay, he sends it. This is early. It's a bit of a gift for him, but I mean, it could just get him to 2 away really fast too, you know? Double 2's a salad. I think you want 6-4 here because you run out of 4s a little too fast and your 2s can just play from 4 to deuce later. Yeah, I like this. But yeah, I mean, you saw he's 70% to win or over it, 71, 72. So for money, that's the right idea to be sending there, or very close to it. But the score is going to punish a little bit. So I don't think he's too far off. I'm surprised he found the cube there, but not earlier, because I think in the longer race, it actually looked a hair better to me. 6-3, okay. Zdenek staying alive. Ace is not great. Oh, we should fill in our 5 first. 4-3 might be fine, but yeah, probably actually, maybe I stacked the 4. I guess, yeah, 5s play okay. This is interesting. Yeah, okay. A 6 to ace 5 is not the worst thing that's ever happened to anyone. Okay, temporary pip lead. And we could get in a situation where even races are worth sending it. I mean, you cannot afford to lose your market here as Zdenek. A miss would put him on lead roll temporarily. No miss. Just 8 pips down. Double 2s, he's going to catch it back up right away. Yeah, now again, if Marcus doesn't take 2 checkers off, I don't know. We might have an interesting position. We might not. Probably can't do anything with this. So he's unlikely to get in a solid cube here. Okay, 5-3 doesn't. Yeah, okay, this usually gets off. Now Zdenek has to think 6-5. Look at this. Oh, what a fun score cube this is. And of course, like I said, he has to think about it. It's going to be below winning potentially. But so what we have going on here at the match score is I mean, he could spend a few minutes calculating this possibly, but he has to think about if he sends the cube, or sorry, if he just wins here, he jumps up to 4-1. If he loses, then he's at 0-5. So then do you want to just turn it into the match either way instead, right? He gets a little bit, his upside is only a 3-point lead and his downside is a 5-point deficit. So you can see how it's kind of asymmetric. And if he turns it to 8, then he just kind of puts the match on this, you know, which is nice. He negates Marcus's extra point here. So you do have to think about sending a lot more aggressive. So he has to figure out how likely it is that he wins. He probably knows that it's below 50%. But so the 6-5, how often do you win is a tricky part to calculate here too. Obviously a 6-5 takes you off. I think any set 3s and higher does as well. So that's 6 rolls that win now. And then Marcus has 4-3, 4-2, 3-2. That might be it. Double aces. So he has some number of rolls that are going to miss as well, whereas Zdenek's going to be likely to win on his roll. Just having talked this out loud, it does not sound like I would think that I was all the way up to 42%. It doesn't feel like I have enough rolls that win. 6 wins immediately. My opponent has 4-2, 3-2, and 4-3, and 1-1 is 7 rolls. So he only misses 7 times, and I'm going to win. I don't know how many of those, but he finds it. Wow, this is really sharp. It's going to be frustrating for the PR race because it's going to lock in his PR in a very short 2-game match where he made a couple mistakes, had a tough game. I don't know if he could have been thinking about that. Okay, doesn't get off. Wow, what a crazy one this is. And Marcus does it. And look at that, just in 2 games. And we have a tough short one for Zdenek, where he kind of lost his bearings in the first game, and then just found that amazing cube there, you know. Congratulations to Marcus on the PR win there. Played really sharp, sent a really dangerous cube there, and it was an error, but of course not like the biggest one that we've seen or anything like that. So very interesting match, very tricky one for both of them to play. Oh, I didn't count. I counted 3-2. I didn't count 4-1 and 3-1. My bad. Or 2-1. Yeah. 6 more. Okay, 13 misses. That's getting up there. So now we get like a third of the rest of the games in addition to 1/6 right off the bat. So it's almost like another. So yeah, it does seem like getting close to 50%. That's very interesting. Yeah. Man, that's fun. I mean, at least he got there with a lot of time on his clock so he could do some of that math, but there's no shortcuts there. You just got to know and you got to figure it out. Would have been smarter to not send the cube if he knew his. Yes, I think it would have been worth the error to try to play more games for sure. That's interesting, but of course you don't know that. I mean, I don't think he's playing this thinking I made a bunch of mistakes in the first game. You know, like I think he made the play that he thought it was right. Sometimes you realize afterward that you made a mistake, but it's kind of rare, you know. Usually you make the play you make because you think it's right. So there's no reason for him to be thinking, oh, my PR might be bad. I'm excited to read his book anyway. Well, that's funny. I hope he's done some advertising. Maybe he'll get to play some games with people that suspect his play now or something like that. Because he showed up with a short match 7. But I'm sure he'll be happy to show whether he's ready to write a book or not. He'll be disappointed with that one for sure. But in the format, as far as our average PR overall goes as well, since it was a very short match with very few decisions, the PR in that one, you know, isn't going to weigh the same as a 10-game PR of 3 or something like that. So I don't think it's going to hurt him too much in the overall race. But it's going to be a very frustrating result. It's I'm sure you feel like you can't really afford that in a setup like this. So, and of course, great result for Marcus. Very well played in general for him too. Exciting match. We will be back on at 4:30 is our next match. So even though we started late, we might be able to stick to schedule here, depending on when all the other ones finish out. But I'm gonna go roast in the sun a little bit for a while, I think, now that I got a break. Thanks for tuning into this one. And oh yeah, I've got someone asking, is the tournament average PR per match or per decision? The tournament average will average all equity lost over decisions. So all decisions are equal across the entire 15 matches. That means that this will be factored as whatever it is, a couple dozen decisions where another match might have 100 in it, something like that. So not all matches are equal in that sense, you know. Yeah, good call on my miscalculation on the math. 13 misses, that makes a lot more sense. I'm paying whatever price he asks for his book. He's a brilliant player. So yeah. Oh, here we go with the alternate theory about making mistakes on purpose. I'm pretty sure that's not what happened there. I'm not sure what the gain would be there. Who's getting roasted? Is it me? I don't know what we were talking about. Uh, oh, disqualified for PR over 7. Again, like it's a PR over 7 in a 2-game match. Like that's pretty ridiculous, you know? So that happens for sure. And you see how exactly how it happens. But maybe that's interesting to people to know that you know it's, I mean, it's not going to come up very often by any means, but yeah, people have games that they don't understand and then can still play under a 3, which is, I don't know, it's just an element of the complexity of this game. You don't get to pick which game you're being taken into, the dice do. And you just hope that you know where you're going once you get there. Wait, I'm getting roasted for something. Yeah, if I play on there, I hope I do get roasted, but you know, I'll make sure I play over 7 once. Gaming TV players that average above 7, I wouldn't say they're not allowed. I think it had been put out there that if you play under a 7, you can come join this tournament. In the past, it's been even more rigid than that. The general way we'd evaluate playing under a 7, though, again, is not every match, it's your average. And so organizations like BMAB, Backgammon Masters Awarding Body, measure your performance over 300 match points. So this is 7 match points, a match to 7. So over 300 match points, if you can average under a 4, that's what we're talking there, is that you're an under 4 player. If you average under 7, then you're invited here. So to average under 7, you can certainly play a 7.62 once in a while, as long as you play 6 once in a while too. I will maybe jump into the pool once. Oh, this is Nick Blazier here. Hi, Derek. But I'm getting out of here. Okay, I'll be back really soon. The next matchup, let me check that photo again. I mean, they're all really good ones here today. We've got in round 9 is going to be Marc Olsen again playing Tim Cross. That should be a really great match. Tim's always really active in the forums and teaching and got a really good mind for the game. And of course, we saw Marc play earlier. See if Marc can hold up. I mean, he's had some busy nights here helping out with the tournament too and getting some fatigue setting in. So yeah, we'll be back for that soon. Bye, everybody. All right, everybody. I'm back here in the commentary closet after watching, getting a little sun. And I watched Marc finish up kind of a long match before this with Kazuki. Um, they were playing a two away, cubes DMP game. And at the very end of it, got into this deep 1-2 back game. And there's some really interesting decisions on both sides. That was a fun one to watch. But so, of course, he finished that up and needed a little break before jumping into this one. But complicated, complicated games for sure. But so we got Marc back here on stream again, Marc Olsen on the left there, and Tim Cross on the right from Manchester. Yeah, and we'll get going real soon here. Oh yeah, I was out there having a chat with him. I don't know if you noticed. Someone asking if O'Hagan or Wilcox. Well, neither of them are here, so I doubt it. And I think Wilcox planned on coming to play the tournament actually, but had to cancel kind of last minute. I guess we were supposed to have two Americans. I saw Bob Wachtell on the list too, it looked like. But probably like half the participants had to cancel with everything going on with COVID. Really happy that we still got something really cool organized here. But yeah, a lot of players that a lot of people would like to see missing, of course, too. Oh, look at that. All right, we got the board set up there. My understanding of like European soccer is that if you know that he's from Manchester, you know who he's a fan of. So I understand that to be a rude question that I should not acknowledge even, but I don't know the first thing about European football. So, take that however you need to. Oh, which board yesterday do you prefer? We were switching them out all day yesterday, I think, too. I kind of like this one. We were looking at this. We were looking at the checkers on here. I didn't even notice looking at the stream. They look like they're just a solid white, which I like how they pop against the board, but they look different than the marbled ones. Turns out they're actually marbled also. And I don't know if I tell you that, you might see that now, which is a very weird like visual effect, I find. As soon as I looked at it close and saw that it was marbled, now I can't unsee that the white checkers are also marbled. Oh, if it helps, I think he said he lives north of Manchester with the soccer team. And yeah, I don't know if the age was necessary. It's at least created a lot of awkward conversations since we have to go ask them all how old they are before we put it up there. Maybe it's exciting to put on there so we can tell you guys that like folks like Ryan is 19 and we've got 22-year-old Zdenek, yeah. Tim, there's no way he can be 61 for real though. I think he's just messing with us. Can't be a day over 48. These are words out of his mouth, but not a fan of the stripes on this one. What does that mean? Oh, probably the wood grain effect. I actually really like that. I think when you're up close to it in person, it looks like it could be like printed on a leather board, kind of like a classic one like that. It goes really well with the deep stain on the wood too. I like that a lot. Oh, someone asked, yes, the winner of this tournament is going to go on to play Mochi in a final similar to the Hideaki final from earlier this year, was it? Wow, that's crazy if it was. Feels like forever ago now. But yeah, so they'll have a big, matchup final later on. This is the Contender tournament to determine who's going to challenge the current champion, who has been Mochi since the beginning of it. Mochi knocked off Sander the first year, then we did the Challenger tournament, and was able to overcome Hideaki, and we'll see if they can take on whoever wins this year. Always a lot of strong names and good competitions. Oh, interesting. Use tourney boards. I don't, it's possible. I think a lot of times, we need to travel with boards anyway. Oh, making the anchor is very close there. I couldn't tell if it was clearly better. Makes sense. You don't want to strip the mid to hit again. You've already got 3 back. Very important to have a defensive game plan here. But yeah, okay. Marc's feeling sharp, making the 4-point immediately and figure out his last best 2. He decides to challenge a blot. This seems like a lot of good ways to get attacked. I guess the duplication of the 6-2 coming down, like he'd rather make the anchor than come out and hit. Instead, he gets pointed on head, so small tactical error there. And it looks like Tim got it right with the hit with the 4, actually. Okay, great. I think lower analysis found that maybe you should do something else. Ooh, double 3s. This is a great shot. And Tim's in deep trouble already with 3 checkers back, stuck back on the ace point. He'll need to do something on this roll, or he might have a very difficult cube decision. He probably needs to just come out. You don't like where any of your other 6s go. You can't stand to have a 3rd checker on the 24. Feels like suicide coming out in front of, a triple shot. But I think it's, when it works well. And there's a lack of other options too. And I think it seems like a takeable cube from there too, with how much work is going on here. I think if he does not come off the 24, it almost has to be a cube. Yeah, it's sort of the only play. It might still be a cube. Yeah, Marc's got an interesting decision, and yeah, huge cube. Wow, it's bear take too. I think Tim did find the best play here. Okay, XG likes it, and that's kind of a funny effect too. Sometimes when you find what you think is the best 6 and invest time in it, and someone cubes you, you almost feel more obligated to take because you found a play that should look more like a take. We'll see what he does with it. That might be incentive to find this, but it should be a tough decision. And of course, XG thinks it's very close, but yeah, he's almost going to get hit every time here, so that's a tricky thing. Marc's had a long, hard day of, trying to keep up with the tournament and playing here. He looks a little agitated, antsy over the board too. Like he wishes he was outside. Got a couple seconds of sun. And Tim does take it. Great play. See how this develops. 5-2 is almost as okay. It hits. I guess that's not nothing. I was thinking you really want to hit on the bar, but that's pretty good too. But Tim has some chances. Whoa, that's a lot of fun. I guess you hit 2, but it looks weird to leave the checker back there and not make any points. So I guess he could hit and make the 5. Maybe that's better. Yeah, it is. It is. Okay, and he's going to take his time and rethink it. I thought I saw him reach for the clock. He must have just in time realized, oh, wait a minute, I'm not making any points. It's weird. And of course, it's not a huge error, but yeah, you feels very strange to spend the whole roll hitting both checkers. Fine play, of course. Okay, Marc with his patented double 3s again. And can we afford a good 6 off the bar? Probably not. So we'll just bring that down instead. Slotting it feels kind of nice, but I think this is better. All right, and we've gotten to advance the anchor now, so that gives a little more game to Tim here. Tim's got a double 3s. This probably isn't going to play very well at the time that he's got. He's going to make the 5 point and hit. Okay, it does look like a pretty nice roll. Maybe, yeah, this last. Oh, interesting. Instead of making the 5, he should just continue it and make the bar. That's a strange looking play. I like what he came up with here. 3-4. There's not a lot of room for much else to come out. I guess he could hit behind, but it feels like, well, you continue to challenge the blot. Yeah, that's kind of merit to both of them. Okay, very close here. I think this feels like the natural play, pure play, if you will, trying to put checkers where you want them. 2-5. Okay, we would really like to make the 8 point, but we also need to get checkers moving. So maybe the 5